Hey guys. Hey. Welcome to Q Worlds. Oh, we're a bit too tall there. Hey guys, welcome to Q Worlds 2022. Hey. So our plan was when we started this, we were going to pick a later server. They were doing like staggered launches. So they're doing like a fresh start thing, right? So they're basically saying the game's had lots of updates over the last 12 months. Let's do a fresh start server. I haven't played it since launch. My character didn't even reach level cap, so I thought it was a good idea. So we had this plan. We were like, oh, okay, well, they're doing staggered releases, like one every hour. So we won't pick the first hour. We'll pick the third one. Literally within 10 minutes, this got to 7,000. I was like, nah. Back out. I'm not doing that. So we're just trying to work out now what we're going to do. Fiction and me, and we're trying to plan it as a couple of us. We were trying to plan a server, but it's looking a bit dark right now. Crassus is coming down, but it's locked from character creation. They've snuck in a few extra servers, so we're just kind of, I don't know, seeing what's happening. They've got one more release to come, which is on in like another 45 minutes. But so far, the planned ones, the first one that was released like 2.5 hours ago, has like got a 48-hour queue time. Well, the problem, Nick, is the way that they've designed the game. It can't support server populations that are vast because you control territories. So if the population is too big, you kind of have a problem of like not enough resources for everyone going around. So they've capped the population per server at 2,500. But the problem is then when you have a new server launch or you restart the server, trying to get everyone in and to spread the population around is a problem. So when you look at the New World servers, like half the Fresh Start servers are all empty, half of them. They're all sitting around about 1,000 players, but they can't have everyone coming into the new starter zone all at the same time. So they're staggering people in. The only issue is then you have this situation where you've got like, the server we were going to join is at 10,000 people and it can only support 2,500. The problem is if they add more servers and the hype dies down, then they have the position they had at launch where they've got so many servers they need to merge. So right now, Crassus is looking interesting. But whether or not we actually get in tonight is a whole nother question. Morning, Dreadnought. So we're kind of playing this game called Q World, where we kind of sit here and think, are we actually going to play this game? And we'll talk about Raid at the same time while we wait. Yeah, I got server moved to, my main character got server moved to Nisa, apparently. I'd already transferred it. Oh, look, you can't even, like, they're all locked. You can't even create a fresh start. Oh, there's a Jupiter server. Oh, hang on. Jupiter, go. Fiction just said Jupiter, go. Yes. I've seen this animation before. We've got to be quick, otherwise we'll get in the queue. So this is like speed running. Skin tone. We're pale. Face. Hairstyle. No. This is like not the quickest way to do this. Hairstyle. Cool. Yeah. We're going to go red. We're going to have like a little bit of goatee there. Cool. Eye color, blue. Awesome. Features, no. Scars. Yeah, we'll just throw in a nice little scar there. Tattoo, cool. Awesome. Next. Half my character names are taken, so we have to pick one that isn't taken. Time to find out if we're in Q World or not. What do we think? Then we get the black screen. We're at loading screen now. This is just like... We're about to find out the queue. I did this very quick on the last server, and I was at 7,000. Literally just doing it as quickly as I just did. Yeah, cool. I messed up the CEST time, you know, the Central European time. I thought we were back at like parity in the UK, but we're like 1 hour behind. So when I said 8 p.m, I thought that was the window we were going to have. I actually meant 7 p.m. Is it already 1,000? I don't know. Like, I'm afraid to tab out in case it crashes, because it had a little glitch on my PC earlier. I had to restart the game. Eventually it'll pop up with a queue time. I can feel it happening. What do we reckon? Poll in the chat. 5,000, 7,000, 8,000. It's like Q World. Anything. It's not 6,000 on Jupiter, Nick, is it? Is it already 6,000? You're just trolling me. The problem that people are actually having as well, they have limits on how many characters you can create and delete for botting. So they basically had it so that if you created 3 characters, so for example, say like you tried the first server had 10,000 queues, you're like, that's good. I'm going to try the next one. The name of your character is like world locked completely. It's locked around everything. So you can only have the same one name across all servers. So you have to delete your character to get your name. So you delete it, you create another one, delete it. The third time you try to do it, your account got banned. They've lifted that now apparently, but still, it's a bit rubbish. 2,000. I mean, I don't think we're going to get in on 2,000. We're going to join a call, a bunch of people.
In the first zone, so they let like 250 people in, and
You're
then
on,
when they
you're on
move
stream,
on,
guys,
they then
by the way.
reduce the queue down. Hi, Paul.
You're on stream. I'm just trying to see if I can quieten
I'm on stream. Don't be rude.
What do they used to say?
I didn't actually mean to call everyone, so I am sorry.
What did they used to say? If you are live on air, please do not swear.
Yeah, fuck.
Oh, dude, I just said please do not swear. Guys in chat, I can't actually see you right now. I'm adjusting volume so everyone's ears don't get blasted off. Okay, I think that's okay. We're all in Q World now. I'm at 1,957.
Oh, how are you ahead of me? You're 10 spaces ahead of me.
Fast, that's why.
That's what she said.
Yeah, character creation.
You moved by 1.
Lyra, did you get into the queue yet?
Yeah, I'm like 2,445.
Oh, yikes.
Yikes. I don't understand how it's getting into such a high queue so quickly. Like, Jupiter is already at a 1 day, 22 hour queue. 1 day, 22 hour.
Exactly what we're doing.
Let me know if anyone's voices are too loud, chat. I'll adjust it down. I'm doing it in Discord, you know, because I'm a professional streamer and everything. If they open, like, Crassus is getting a lot smaller now. It's like 558 Q. But they've disabled character creation. It's just that everyone's trying to get into the new starter areas and there's no capacity.
I mean, this is my experience of New World.
Q World. It's not New World, it's Q World.
Q World.
Yeah.
It's funny.
This is basically like what it was like on launch.
I'm pretty sure if we went back in time to 1945 and started the queue at 1945, we'd still be in queue by today. Because that's the where I'm at in queue is 1945. But Crassus is dropping quickly. It's dropped like 300 queue places in like 20 minutes, 10 minutes.
Yeah, but if character creation is locked and the server is quote unquote full, people have no reason to be in queue. So
yeah.
They still have the 2K people per server queue limitation, don't they?
Yes.
2.5.
Oh yes, 2.5. Yeah.
2.5 now. It varies. Wow. I think the test wheels 2. Some of the regions are 2, but I think most are 2.5 now.
Did I just barely make it then?
Yeah, Laura's just about going to get in.
You're now going to figure out what New World is truly about. Can I make them a little louder? Okay. You guys want to be a little louder?
Wow. Except fiction, he's loud enough. Thanks.
Oh, okay. I just turned him up. Let me turn him down again.
It's good if you can use like a mute button for him. So
Wow.
I can actually.
Wow, guys, come on, be nice.
It's getting bullied.
Yep. Nothing new here.
I'm being nice to the stream.
Is this game even worth this? So, Scott, they've updated the game a lot since I last played it like a year ago. Like, there's a lot better experiences for everyone now. So that's why we kind of wanted to play it again, because fresh start means we're all on the same. Nobody's like got a year's worth of grind that we have to catch up on. So,
Paul,
Yeah.
because I'm such a wonderful person and I do everything I can for this community, whilst I was at TwitchCon, anticipated that this was going to happen and happened to have a redeem code for this game.
oh, do you?
Why don't you do a giveaway?
Oh, come on! You want me to do? You want me to figure out how to do a giveaway?
Yeah,
Oh,
do a giveaway for everyone in chat for a free copy of New World if they want to try it out.
How do I do giveaways?
I don't know.
Turn
That's
it
up
to
to
a
you.
game.
You're the streamer. Like,
I'm not a professional streamer. I've already leaked your login details on literally the second
True.
stream I ever did. Come on.
Yep,
Oh yeah, that was fun.
Like,
that was not.
in my defense,
Screenshot.
calling me a professional streamer at the moment is like, I don't know, some sort of funny thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, Scott's got it right. I give you a game, a code where you can sit in a queue. It's a fun experience. Honestly, though, the game is worth playing for when you can get in the game. Like this is always going to be bad, right? Anytime there's a new expansion of an MMO, anytime a new MMO comes out, you expect queues. Wasn't expecting to be as bad as this, but I did have a feeling it would be a bit rough. So,
Well,
It's moving. 2351 now.
I'm 1854.
I haven't moved.
I've moved to 932.
900.
Yeah.
Wow.
What are you?
Spiffy with
Who
the
are
sub
you
1K.
paying?
It's just fast.
Yeah, it's that Danish internet.
Like, who are you
Does that
paying?
matter?
Well, it does to them. They've got to have something. So
Country is small, so
Yeah,
we
yeah,
have
yeah.
good internet.
yeah.
Wonder where Crassus is at. Crassus is at 383. Crassus has got character creation open.
What? And only 300 people in queue.
Yeah. Do you want me to sacrifice myself for the test? I mean, mind you, it's still got a
could
3-hour
do.
queue, but it's coming down a lot.
If it's 300 people, isn't 3 hours?
No, exactly. It's like 32 minutes. If people haven't clocked on that the character creation is like enabled yet, we could like sneak in.
Yeah, there's like space for just you.
It's tempting.
I tell you what as well, Paul, if we're going to be doing this more often, Simon's got a game code as well that he could probably give to us to give away.
Yeah, that's true.
Me and him had a chat with some of the game devs at TwitchCon, and they gave us a couple of these Steel Series boxes with game codes in them.
I'm tempted to want to try Crassus. I don't know. It feels like this 1847 is never going to happen in the next hour and a half.
No, I don't fancy sitting in a queue all night. If it's going to be this bad, then we can just play another day.
Let's say Crassus is now at 373. Can I talk today?
Sorry, cold. His name is Hellhades, I guess. I don't know. He's Simon. Everyone knows his name.
Salmon.
Come on. Yeah.
Oh, it's going up to 469. People have clocked on. I mean, the good news is they still got another release window. The only thing is all the official release windows had extremely high wait times. It's the unofficial ones that are.
Yeah.
I think we may have missed the window for Crassus.
Jupiter server wasn't planned, was it? It was just dropped.
who just snuck in. So they basically added Crassus, Fate, Kronos, Jupiter, I think, and Galahad. They've added basically twice the amount they planned to release.
Yeah, this was supposed to be like the one we tried before. This was supposed to be the third.
Yeah. It was a good logic, really, if you think about it. Like, wait for the first rush, but then the problem is everyone else is doing
Pretty
that.
sure all we did was wait for everyone to get home
Yeah.
from work and then try and get on.
Well, you
It's
say
like-
that most of Europe would be home at like 5 p.m. So
Yeah, true.
Apophis got a very big queue. Apophis now has a bigger queue than Artemis.
Yeah, it's like banging 9K.
The problem is, though,
So
you don't know
let's
like
go.
which official streamer is going to be going
That's the
to
thing,
it. I
isn't
mean,
it?
I know all of like the Return to Eternum's on a separate server on like Dracul.
Is like Flextra Life and people like that playing? I guess they will be.
I don't know who's part of Return to Eternum, that's the event, right?
Yeah.
I see
that's US,
Asmongold
isn't it?
is.
Yeah,
It's
but they're
US.
on their own server. That's what I'm saying. So the actual Return to Eternum is on its own server, separate completely.
Oh, okay.
So, for example, in EU, the Return to Eternum server is Dracul. It's locked to a few people, to a bunch of people, basically. People have clocked on, by the way, to Crassus. It's already going up again. But hey, we've moved like
Okay.
100 spaces in like 10 minutes.
I love that you're trying to like min-max servers.
Yeah. I min-maxed my entire life.
How did you end up with fiction then?
Wow. So mean, Spiffy.
That is my life.
Yeah. I was gonna say you're all stuck with me. Unlucky.
It's pretty depressing that we're on Jupiter server. There's a queue of like 3,500, but there's only 384 people in the game.
Yeah, that's because they're all in the starting zones, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's because they can't have 2,500 people in the same zone.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it's unplayable. Hey. Not a great experience for you guys. Welcome to the Q world. If anyone has any questions in chat, feel free. Talk about it. Anything. Keep this, not feeling like it's taking forever. The annoying thing is, I have like a New World database open for the stream, for the service, like the server queues and everything. And at the bottom right corner, they've got like the Twitch extension. So I'm just watching Baggins TV running around New World mining stuff and chopping wood and chopping trees. And I'm like, I want to do that. It's not fair.
Asmon's doing the same as well.
Yeah, George. Welcome to Q World. Yeah, Corey, this is fresh start. That's why it's these are fresh start servers, so they're like kind of like reset servers. That's why everyone's gone crazy. Do you think there'll ever be a guaranteed event in Raid next week? I'm gonna guess there isn't gonna be a guaranteed summons event for a while, because I think they don't want you holding your shards anymore. I think it's become too predictable.
Whilst we're in queue, I'm going to steal Lyra into another call a second because I need to sort some stuff out. So I will rejoin in a bit.
Very well.
Then.
I will also jump out of the call so that Spiffy doesn't end up hearing me talk non-stop and annoying.
It's fine.
I'll jump back in. I'll just talk with my chat about things that are Raid Shadow Legends while we wait.
Jump in whenever we can actually play, I guess.
In 2025.
Yeah.
We'll probably have 5 British Prime Ministers by this time. We'll be able to play this game. That's how it runs.
Oh,
One a
probably
month.
more like 50 by the rate you're going through them.
This is true. Cool. All right, I'll jump back in after.
Yeah.
So we can talk about Raid, guys, basically, while we wait. Unless they sneak another server in, we'll see what happens. I would start Raid up again. However, it almost crashed my PC having Raid open with Play and Play and New World. So I'm a bit nervous about having all of it open. So we'll probably we'll probably avoid that. So I'll answer any questions. So yeah, I think the guaranteed events, in my opinion, have become a bit too predictable. So I think they are likely to slow it down a little bit. I think they're going to do more 1+1 events or something like that. I have a finite question. Is there a way to build a team if you're so far missing the multi-hitters that people use for Fire Knight? Yes, there's always a way. It depends on, I suppose, what kind of turn meter options you have more than multi-hitters. Allure is obviously not there because she's a multi-hitter, because she has so much turn meter. You can still run with Cold Hearts. Depends what you've got in your account, really. You do need some form of multi-hitter eventually to get there. Like, you need a double hitter or someone who could do lots of, hits somewhere here or there, even if they're a bit rubbish. Just having someone who can hit multiple times, double times, will help a lot. Yeah, Kale's a 4-hitter. There's lots of options out there. Yeah, it didn't crash my PC. It kind of like glitched up the screens a little bit, changed my audio input, and then crashed my Stream Deck software. So I'm not entirely sure what caused it, but it was a little bit sensitive. Ally Attack is good. Reflect, yeah. Fellhound is very good. I've got a fast, swift parry Duchess, and I'm wondering, is a slightly slower high-res one, is she better? She doesn't have any at the moment, just speed and HP. Well, the key thing is you want her to be able to revive if you need to. She needs to be fast enough that she's going to take a turn, but she doesn't need to be like 300 speed. I aim for like around about 250 speed, and anything else after that is normally put into, I index it into either attack stats, defense stats, or something like that. So yeah, if you're running like 280 Duchess, you can sacrifice some speed. Hey Smurf Blue, thanks for becoming a member whilst we play Q World. You're the first honorary member of the Q World community. Multi, I'm going to Kale and 2 Orns. Yeah, Orn could do it. Double hit. War Maiden can be a 2-hitter. You don't need to necessarily have like triple hitters. You just need to have like multi-hits. You can't really rely on single hit A1s, but if you've got a couple of, hits 3 times to get it down, and then you can turn me to control it, then that's great. People like the new Ruella, if you can pick her up, will be great. People like Cold Heart are still very good. Armiga, there's an Elf Guard, is an uncommon that's quite good at it. Champions that have double hit A1s are also quite good. Marinix would have been great. Hey Saf, I just want you to say thanks for all your hard work on the patch notes and telling us all the things players should tell us. No problem. That's why I do them, and that's why I don't have a test server. But I'm happy that the information gets out there. It always ends up becoming a longer video as well. I go into it thinking I'm just going to talk about damage multipliers, and I get carried away. Yeah, 308 speed. She doesn't need to be that fast. Put her at like 250. 250 for me is a good range for kind of a... Speed is a bit like resistance. You can have a lot of resistance and it be totally worthless. And speed is a little bit like that. Unless you're going to go first, having that much speed is almost like a crutch, because you have to sacrifice your other stats. Whereas if you can't guarantee you're going to go first, then it doesn't really matter. That's why arbiters trying to hit higher and higher speed thresholds, eventually you could come to a point where unless you can guarantee that arbiter can go first, it's almost like a worthless build. You might as well run 100 speed slower. And it's the same thing with Duchess. She's designed to really go into more defensive tanky teams. So you don't need to go super, super fast, but you do need to survive. So if you're sacrificing things to survive in order to go faster, but you're not actually going first, then you're not getting any benefit. It's the same thing as having 500 resistance, but the enemy's got 700 accuracy. You might as well put that 500 resistance into health, into defense, so that you can actually survive, or speed, so you can take a turn. We're at the 1771. Look at that. We are looking at some emotes for members, by the way, Smurf Blue, as you're a new member. We're looking at trying to get some sort of membership emotes, see what we can do with that. I'm always now looking to upgrade my kind of professional streaming service here, trying to get a much better setup. So over the next sort of 2 months, 3 months, we're probably going to transition from being just a average kind of thing to actually having a setup. Fiction's taken over my chat. Look at him, putting in some emotes somewhere. We got one. There you go. Fiction is sneaking in. That's not me. That's someone else. It's a ghost. Thoughts on Soulstones? Well, Nick, this week for content from me is a bit Soulstone heavy. So tomorrow there's a Soulstones patch, Soulstone summon going out. One of them is paid. Like, don't get me wrong, one of them's a bit bad, but the other one is not. So they actually released probably what I would call like the most like reasonable Soulstone pack we've had so far. I think it was for my level of account, because obviously I spend a bit of money, about £45, and you got 50 of the tier 1 and 4 or 5 of the tier 2. So it's actually, compared to what we have been charged and other things, a reasonable price. And I kind of wanted to do a bit of a, what do I get for my money's worth kind of content piece. Is it really worth the pack? Because I've been on this fence lately about, are shards really that valuable to my account, or is it just better to start investing and indexing into blessings and awakening, because are they going to have more value? So yeah, I did a soul summoning pull, also with Hydra souls as well, so that's thrown into the mix. You wouldn't believe what I got out of it. It's kind of nutty. My luck continues. But also on Friday, I have a video coming out where we actually look at sort of a champion build that doesn't have any blessings at all, no awakenings, and then I had a 6-star fully awakened blessing to put on it. So we've put, we went from basically nothing to fully awakened, and it was a rare champion as well. So we can see the impact of blessings, because it's kind of like feeding into what I'm saying about, I think blessings are just better than shards. Because unless you're close to +4ing, empowering is useless. Because if you're doing damage, you need the +4. If you're doing sort of debuffing, you need a +2. Ultimately, you want to be like at the +4 range. Otherwise, the +1 and the +2 doesn't make a difference. And the amount of investment you now need to do because of so many legendary champions to be able to reach that level is quite high. Whereas if you can get 1 soul and get it to like 6-star, you're already getting the empowerment stats from the blessing. So it was a good test, and the results will shock you. Like, the amount of damage I was able to add onto that rare champion was insane. So that'll be Friday's video, basically. A pre and post blessing run. It was in Clan Boss, obviously, because that's a good way to test sort of the impact of a blessing. And it was crazy amounts of change. I was actually, it's in a pretty strong build. Pretty strong. I can give you a little hint. It is a dwarf rare that we've used. A dwarf rare. I was actually surprised by his kit, believe it or not. I didn't realize his kit was so good. It was actually quite good. But his build was insane. So I kind of put almost all of my spare good gear on him. So apart from like my top nukers in the arena and stuff like that, I've put all the decent gear on him. So he was sitting around about 6.6k attack, 310 crit damage in the end. It was a lot. That's it. That's the thing, Corey. Like what everyone always used to argue was, if you empower a champion, so say like I've got a champion like a Bess, she's a good AoE nuker, but not a crazy AoE nuker, right? She's not like a Hefrak or a Trunda, so she kind of fell down the pecking order. However, if you go and then empower that Bess to a +4, well, it doesn't really matter now, because she's got more raw stats than anyone else, that she ends up becoming the stronger nuker on your account. And I think blessings are going to work exactly the same way, especially if you get them to 4-star, because at 4-star you get all the stats. The stats alone are worth it. I mean, a legendary champion on like something like a Soul Reap gets 500 attack and 25% crit damage. It's basically the attack value is around about a +3. If I think about it, you get 40%. If you think of an attack is like 1500 times 0.4. So you get about 600 on a +4. So you're getting 500. So you're getting just under a +4. You get 25% instead of 30% crit damage. So that's just under a +4. So you can almost assume that a 4-star awakened legendary nuker is around about a +3. So if you get the soul, then that immediately kind of overpowers your best nukers, right? It becomes really strong. I don't know, Scott. The dwarf in question could live in my clan boss team. Hey Helder, how you doing? See you in a bit, Nick. I'll still be here. Although the queue is moving quite quickly. We're at 1588 now. It's going down. We're getting there. Was it Avir the Archmage? No, it was not Avir the Archmage. It is a damage-based dwarf. It is a damage-based dwarf, yeah. Your estimated wait time is now 6 hours. It could well be. It may not be. I mean, we've been in queue for about half an hour, and we've jumped about 300 places. So, I mean, on that kind of rate, at 1,500 divided by 300, if we keep, like, that's like 30 minutes. It's like 2 hours or so, maybe 3 hours. Could be a while. Which blessing would be best for Magnar? I got a 5-star and Crushing Rend at the moment. Probably Crushing Rend. Like, he's HP based, so he's not going to benefit from anything like Phantom Touch. So you kind of want the effect of the blessing rather than the stats, right? It's always like when you're choosing a blessing, you're going, do I want stats or do I want effect or do I want both? For someone like Gaius, there's no effects that really help him. So you want stats, right? So that's why we recommend for someone like Gaius the Gleeful, if he's doing bombs, go lethal dose because you get accuracy and attack. It's the 2 stats you need. Whereas Magnar, because he's HP based, there's not a lot of HP stats to get. So you're kind of looking more towards, I want the effect. And for dealing damage in the arena, cruelty is not going to matter. It's going to take too long to ramp up. We forget Incinerate and the lethal dose because those effects don't do damage. So you're already taking those out of the epic pool. You don't really want Heaven Cast, that's debuffing. You don't really want Iron Will, that's not taking damage. So you pretty much end up with Crushing Rend as a DPS. And then from the rare pool, it's really only Phantom Touch or Hero Soul. Hero Soul requires bosses, so that's not going to work. So you end up with Crushing Rend. And it's okay, it just needs to be a lot higher in Awakening because you don't really ignore much defense at lower end because of the level requirement. If you think it's like level 60, I think you ignore 1 for every 10% at 6-star, so you'd ignore 6% at 6 out of 6. But at 1 out of 1, you're just doing it over a percent. So the first hit isn't an issue there, it's actually how much am I ignoring. But 6% ignore defense is a cruel set, so it's worth it. Damn you guys, you figured it out. It's Boltsmith. It is Boltsmith. It is Boltsmith. But it's a fun video to watch just because you can see like the power. You won't believe how much the blessing actually increases the value. Maybe you will. I don't know. Maybe you guys already know how powerful it is. But I think it's a good thought experiment because people are sort of putting down souls and saying, oh, it's such a bait. They don't give you any value. They're awful. But not actually maybe realizing that potentially if you are any form of spender, maybe souls are more valuable to you than shards because there is a better reward currency for failure. Because when we talk about shards, you pull a shard, you got a champion, cool. If that champion isn't the champion I want, I can't re-roll it. I can't get it back. I can't use that currency. It's done. I'm either going to burn the champion or I'm going to keep it as a dupe or I'm going to use it. Whereas with souls, if I get a soul I don't want, I can just sell it for currency and that helps me towards getting another soul stone. I can, maybe I can keep a bunch of them back in case I need to burst and get some coins. I got a wish list, so I got a better weighted opportunity of getting the champions I want. The system itself is a bit more rewarding if you're willing to invest in it than say something like a soul shard, like a shard pulling pack. I spent basically the equivalent of a monthly pack if you think about it. The monthly pack is 2 sacreds, I think 4 voids and 8 ancients. I can't remember exactly how many it's got in the monthly pack. But if you think, you get like 15 chances of the champion you want there. Whereas with the soul pack, for the same amount of value, I got 50 tier 1s and I got 4 tier 2s. So I'm getting lots more currency to reinvest. So I kind of wanted to like give that impression on the second video that I got coming out on Friday to kind of show they are worth it more than shards potentially, because unless you're lacking the champion, you know, the underlying champion is still going to be important. But if you're lacking sort of in my level of account where I don't have lots of empowerment, I'm still missing some key champions, but most of them avoid legendaries, there's not much value in me keep pulling ancient shards, because the chances are I'm going to pull a Shemnath. That's cool. Not really sure what I'm going to use him for. So I think actually now, if I was making a decision about my long-term spending and my budget in a month, I'd be putting it more towards souls. I think they're just more valuable. Hi, Saf. I remember on your latest stream, you shared the optimizer link to your team. I can't find it anywhere. Can I share it again? Yes, I can. Don't crash my PC optimizer. Bum, 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 bum. Here we go. There you go. Save it. It is a live link, so it always updates. You will probably find all the souls that I just got from my shard pull video tomorrow. Keep watching. Still watch the video though. You can sneak peek, but still watch the video. So I'm in a bit of a bind struggling for good gear. Am I looking at it right that I want to be an FK to get region gear to build up a solo farmer for other dungeons? Well, it depends if you find value in a solo farmer. I think there's too much focus, or like, you know, Hellhades did some videos on Ultimate Death Knight and he said, look, this guy can solo farm. And I think it's good to some extent, but actually you take away the value of time. Time is an important measure of your like willing to play the game. If you're sat there for like 12 hours a day waiting for something to grind because it's going solo, whilst you might be getting more food farming done, you're losing out on the enjoyment and time of the game. So I often run a lot of solo boss killing comps. Like I have a comp that solo boss kills the ice golem. I have a comp that solo boss kills the dragon. But I'm using a quick killing wave team because instead of me taking 2 to 3 minutes to run it, I'm running it in less than 1 minute. Well, if I have to do a tournament in 30% less, or is it 66% less time, then I have more time to spend outside of the game, other things, theory crafting, enjoying the game. Whereas if I'm spending all my time soloing, that's a problem. So I don't think you necessarily need to run a solo farmer. I can tell you now that there's my solo boss killers at the moment for Ice Golem is a rare. For Dragon, it is a uncommon. You don't even need legendary champions to do it. Obviously, I have a Seer. That's my wave nuke strategy. But if you have a Xavier, you can use a poison kill. If you have a Teodor, you can use a poison explosion kind of comp. That's an option for you. But yeah, regen gear is needed if you want to do a solo farm. But I wouldn't necessarily say you need to do a solo farm. It's interesting to think about where it makes sense to shift what you're chasing. You definitely need to build a pretty good stable before chasing those blessings. Yeah, I agree, George. I think, you know, you still need a core subset of champions before you go purely into blessings. So you can still, you know, do that. But what I'm thinking is, instead of me like trying to get more of the same champion, it's better for me to get the blessing of the champions. So I can still pull shards, right? I'll get it from clan boss. We'll get it from events. We'll get it from different points. But instead of going, oh, it's 2 times ancient, I'll get some more ancient shards, I'm not going to bother anymore, I don't think. Because I just don't think it's worth my investment to do that. So the nose knows. If you put your tinfoil hat theory on, right? I pulled a 2-star Raglin Soul. And then I went for the times 10 Acrisia, ironically enough. Guess which legendary champion I got instead of Acrisia when I went for that times 10 Acrisia? Hint, I already had a soul for it. So I'm not saying that there is a one-to-one relationship here, but maybe there is. So maybe the next time you pull a Void Legendary, it might be Acrisia. Yeah, Smurf, you'll see in my video when I do the shard pull tomorrow, like the soul pull tomorrow, how many legendary champions from my level of account where I've got like 80% coverage, right? There's some champions I don't have. Most of them avoid legendaries, but I've pretty much got most of the legendaries in the game, yet I still have quite a lot of souls for champions I don't own. It's actually quite unbelievable. Can I stick it in Discord? Cool. Yeah, probably I will do. Remind me either next stream or tomorrow or something and I'll put it in. For me, my dragon actually sped up massively. Well, Theodore's a cheat code though, Dutch. Theodore is a cheat code. Oh, if you have Teo can probably just solo it himself, can't he? Does he even need that much gear? He can just like one-shot everything. I pulled 2 Cardiel Perfect Souls of 3 start. Stultus and Prince Kaimar. Still don't have any of those. I know. Well, is the reason why they call it a tinfoil hat theory. 6-star Skull Crown. Oof, that's so good. That's actually solid. Not so much for arena, but just generally. I'd probably put Crush and Rend on her and just see what you can do in like high-end Doom Tower. She might be able to kill stuff. Gotta love the third Gaius. Yeah, I mean, I got, what did I get? A Graal. I picked up what was the other one? A third Elenaral, was it, I think? And I also picked up a new Shemnath. So I can't really complain. But at the same time, I wanted a Michinaki. And I did pull a Michinaki soul. Of course I did. Yo, Bob, how you doing? 6-star Dark Hail. Ooh. Well, the problem with Dark Hail for me is unless you've got Kaimar, you can't speedrun him. He needs the A1 poison from Kaimar. Otherwise, you can't get enough poisons out with him. That's what I've noticed. Every speed team I've seen with Dark Hail, he's paired with Kaimar. He's not paired with your Renegades. He's not paired with your other... It's Kaimar that makes him strong. 6-star Paragon. Paragon's actually annoying, right? Because I've got like I got a 4-star or 5-star Paragon. And I use Paragon basically to make like Agreth the Nether Spider super easy. That's the way I use him. So I put Phantom Touch on him. I think, right, okay, he's got War Master. He's got Phantom Touch. It should speed the whole thing up. Well, the problem is the Phantom Touch proc triggers the Spiderling counterattack. So putting Phantom Touch on him actually slowed the whole thing down to like an extra 10 minutes because of the dumb mechanics of Phantom Touch. I don't think they fixed that mechanic either. I think all they have done is they have made it so that Phantom Touch can't kill yourself, but it can still trigger like opponent effects. It shouldn't count as a hit. To some extent you want it to because of the Finite Shield, but to some extent you don't because now it's going to trigger things like Agreth, which is really annoying. You have Chronum and will build him next personal CVC. Wondering if you require an account to show him off. I don't know if I need to check with Hellhades. I think he might be doing a show off on him soon. I don't want to do the same thing as someone else, but I was thinking, just on the topic of Chronum, I was thinking about doing my referral soon. I need to do them because not having a champion is like terrible for me, and you can't get him any other way. So, yeah, maybe I will. Maybe I won't. I'll let you know. Just ping me. I think someone, I don't know whether it was you, maybe messaged me and I haven't got around to replying yet. It could well be. I get so many DMs on a daily basis. It's painful. Have they launched any? Or they launched a new server and it was instantly under queue. Wow. Imhotep is coming down. Crassus is now up to 2,000. Oh, they've launched another server. So they started with the idea of having 4, and now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 new servers. This is going to plan. The risk you have with these servers as well is if you kind of spin up too many servers, then all you're going to do is just end up with, like, once the hype dies down, not everyone is going to always keep playing. the hype dies down, then you have a bunch of dead servers, and then the game just doesn't work because the game actually, as much as it can't handle too many players, it can't handle having no players at the same time. So yeah, I don't particularly know. I don't know how this is going to work, basically. Just looking, I'm just following some of these the Reddit on New World to see what they're saying in terms of like the Amazon game devs and stuff. Okay, cool. Yeah, no worries. Sorry I haven't replied to you. I've had loads. And there's no way to completely... Yeah, there is a way to... I don't know if there's a way to remove a blessing. You can swap it off to something else, but you can't remove it, maybe. No. I don't know. I didn't even try. I didn't even think to check. But yeah, maybe you can't. Maybe you're locked in. The thing with this game is you could jump out of a server, join a new server, and then that queue gets up instantly, and then you lose your place, and then you're still back in queue. Or do you just stick this one out? Hopefully you get in time. It's difficult to know. I mean, the server we were going to go on now is at 10,000 queue. Unbelievably high. It is a bit of a mess, really, from their side. Again, because this is the second time this happened. The first time we were in like 8-hour queues. I remember the first time we played this game, I would wake up at like 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, spin up the game in the background, sit in queue, work all day, playing raid, doing other things, building the website, building stuff on things, come back at around about 6 p.m. and I was just about ready to get in queue. So you had to wait all day. It was crazy. Haywards, we're in queue world, also known as New World, but there's a queue. So I don't really know what we're going to do. Don't know how long we'll stream for, if we'll even play a game. We're kind of having just a general chat about raid at the moment. New World just passed 100 concurrent players again for the first time. Meanwhile, the cat's snoring in the background. Trying to find any warmth. I don't know about you guys, but the weather is crazy, isn't it, at the moment? In the UK, it is anyway. It has been absolutely chucking it down with rain for hours. What is that picture behind me? That is a picture of Thurang La Pass in Nepal, in the Annapurna circuit. I did the Annapurna circuit 3.5 years ago. So that is a picture that I took from the highest I think it's the highest transversable pass in the world at around about 5,400 meters above sea level. And that is a picture I took with my iPhone, on the top of the pass right before at about 10 o'clock in the morning. Very, very cold. It was about minus 20 degrees there. But it was quite an experience. I did it like a 3-week trek, basically. Went through all the Annapurna 1, Annapurna 2, around the Annapurna circuit, all the way up into the mountains. Did the whole wake up at 3 a.m., climb to the highest bit, minus 30 degrees. Somehow didn't die. Didn't get stuck in an avalanche. And came back home. How was Lotro? How it been? I haven't played since Mines and Moria in the free-to-play shift. It's actually... So, it changed hands. Obviously, it was originally like delivered by Codemasters when it first came out in Shadows of Angmar with Turbine. Then Turbine took it over when Codemasters left, and it went through Turbine. Then it went through a period where they stopped doing raids. It went pretty bad. Turbine then went a bit under, and the original game devs bought the game out. So it's been under a game ownership now called Standing Stone Games, and they've done a lot to kind of reintroduce raids, reintroduce some mechanics. It is obviously an older game. It's like 15 years old now, but I still think it stands the test of time. I think it's a great game. There's so much content. If you started playing Raid now, Lord of the Rings Online now, you've got about 6 months worth of content that you can play, and it's really good content that you can basically group up with people. You can play solo. They're just releasing an expansion now in about 5 or 6 days time, where they've got a new starter area. So if you want to jump back in, it's never a good time to really, it's a really good time to play it. They've got a new class now called Brawler. There's also a Bjorning class, and there are Wardens and Runekeepers, which you would have had since Mines of Moria. But it has changed a lot, MM0. Obviously, any game adapts over time. It's huge now. They've got like Erebor, Northern Mirkwood. We've got the Iron Hills. You've got all of Ered Mithrin with all the, Gundabad. You've got all of Mordor, all of Gondor, all of Rohan, all of Eriador. The new areas they're adding around Eriador areas, so it's really good. You've been attempting to remember how to do beginning of an account, as I have a referral and I've created, and it'd be fun to get on. So what you need to do normally is you need to open BlueStacks, use the referral key, change the device in a new BlueStacks instance. So you create the instance and then you can change the device, then create the account, and then it should be fine. Then it should count as a referral. The changing the device bit is important. That's what I think you have to do. Look at you guys, all like sunny days. You're in the north and it's been raining so hard, right? It has been awful weather, but like it's been very infrequent. At times it looks okay, and then all of a sudden it's like you're in a monsoon. Yesterday I was like looking out the window going, I need to go get some, food and groceries. And I live right next to the supermarket, so it's like a 5-minute walk for me. But I'm like looking at it going, is there a window? Am I going to get absolutely drenched? So on the bright side, guys, I was able to. I'm wearing I don't know if you can see, probably not. I'm wearing the Hellhades merch. It is very water resistant. So if you buy the Hellhades merch, it's pretty good. It keeps you dry. I rain tested it. Not intentionally, but I did. Is it me, or is Raid extremely slow? Finishing a battle and having 5 to 10 second lag. If you have that held, it normally means restart, unless you're on mobile. Like I find if you leave the game open too long, it does lag out. Oh, you don't remember how to play the early game? Farm campaign. Oh, look at you guys, all sunny weather. Nice. Practically been in a hurricane over here. We might be in triple figures soon. What's the server status like? Imhotep might be opening soon. It's down to 465. They've just launched. So this is the thing. They literally just opened the final of the pre-planned servers 8 minutes ago. It's already got 5,000 people in the queue. They'll never learn. They will never learn how to manage these servers. It's a fundamental problem of the game where you've got not enough capacity to onload players, but if you create too many of these servers, then you don't have enough player capacity. You're spreading all your population too thin. And they started off when we first launched this game with about 180 different servers. And they had to merge them all down to basically about 20 over lots of periods of time because servers were just dying. And if you've only got like 20 players on the game, you can't really play the game because you need like companies and stuff. That's the whole point of this game. Everyone gets to control territories. That's how the game is meant to be played. But the problem is, if you only have 20 people, nobody's controlling territories. They also had an issue of like trying to if you own a territory, you have to pay the upkeep. And you normally can make the money back by charging people to use the services in the town. And that's how the company that owns the town is able to pay for the upgrades. The only problem is, if nobody's using the resources, owning the town was really not worth it because it cost you too much money to be able to actually like do anything. So they had a problem where basically everyone wanted the 2 starter zones because they had the highest population of people, which also meant that had all the people spending money, which meant that you made the most amount of money in that particular town. So there's some fundamental problems with the game that they still, I don't know whether they fixed it. I know that they've done a lot of work to improve the early game, to improve like the overall experience, the quality of life stuff. Whether that's not enough to actually fix the underlying problems of this game, I don't know. But we won't know if we can't even get in the damn game. But we're at 1171. About an hour ago, we were at like 1900. So if it speeds up, we might be in the game before like 8 o'clock. You never know. It's difficult to wear it in good old Germany. Why is it difficult to wear it in good old Germany? Sunny in Texas in a drought, though. Yeah. HH, is it? Oh, right. Okay. I guess. Yeah, I guess. Didn't really think of that. That's not awkward whatsoever, is it? Imhotep has only 344 people in a queue. Well, that's great for Imhotep. Meanwhile, Jupiter, we're in a long queue. What we basically pray for people is that the people in our queue know how to play this game so they can power through the starter zone quickly so that we can get in the game. Because that's what's slowing us down here, is they're onboarding people slowly into one area rather than it being a situation of there's not enough server capacity. Right now on Jupiter, there's only 835 people logged in. It's just that all 835 people are in the same area, so they can't keep bringing people into the same zone. Yeah, I don't really think that adds any value, does it? Or Hades, which is like what? The Greek god of the afterlife. That's probably not really going to add any value either. We're nearly down to triple figures. It's a real exciting game, this. I like the fact it tells you you're queuing as a new player. I'm like, I know, because it's a fresh start server. How could I have played the game at any other point in time? I love Reddit. It's always doom and gloom. Everyone's like, how the hell can you get on? It's so terrible, blah, blah. So it's like, come on, guys. If Fiction is in the chat, he can take suggestions about how to fix this problem. I'm not the merch guy. I'm just I'm currently promoting it. That's the only thing I'm doing. Woods, if you sort our channel by most popular, you'll probably find it's the #1 video, because for some reason everyone really wanted to know how to level a champion, level an account. So it's probably like the highest viewed video by now. So if you are struggling for gear, would Dragon as far as you could get, manage 100% runs, just be your best new friend? So it depends what you want to do, right? You do Dragon normally early game because you normally need a base level of lifesteal, a base level of speed. Sometimes you need things like some of the other sets in there, but you're really going there for like speed gear. Sometimes retaliation is good. I think that's in Ice School. I forget what other sets are in Dragon, but I know most people go there for speed and lifesteal. That's what you go there for. It's a bit different now, though, because the Forge Pass kind of changes the game a little bit in terms of where you can get access to good high-quality gear. I think the Forge Pass is really good for a sort of a mid-game, new-game player because it gives you access to 5-6-star legendary gear in quite a lot of capacity for low investment. You get more, like I got more high-quality gear from one Forge Pass than I would get from about 10,000 Finite runs. Simple as. So, stun set, yeah. So basically, in Dragon is good because you get Stalwart for like Clan Boss. You get Stun for trying to deal with waves. You get Speed for your arena teams. You get lifesteal for your early game before you transition away to like leech, or you don't need the lifesteal. So dragon is going to give you some good gear, but it depends where your focus is. Like you want to basically, if I'm kind of charting a new player's kind of where they should be focusing, it always goes get your 60, your first to 60, right? You need a nuker to be able to campaign farm. Once you can farm 12-3 comfortably, you then start getting all your dungeons to a certain point, but your main goal up until this point is Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss. If you haven't got the champions for it, then you can work on your dungeons, right? But you should be always thinking, everything I do in the game is to help me get to Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss. Once I've got Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss on a 2 key, then I can go get my dungeons to stage 20, start working on maybe faction wars. At the same time, I would be looking to get Doom Tower normal up to about, 100 stage. I'd be wanting to climb Doom Tower normal. That's kind of like the focus then. Once you get those done, once you get your Ultra Nightmare maybe up closer to a 1 key, once you start getting Doom Tower normal on pretty comfortable farm, you start looking at faction wars because you want to get your Lydia. That's when you start looking at more end game stuff. So that's kind of what you want to be thinking in your head. What do I need to be focusing on? If you're not hitting Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss, that is the only thing in your head you should ever be worrying about. Don't give a damn about dungeons, arena teams. How can I get to Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss? What do I need to do that? That's what I'd be focusing on. And I think I made a team for someone in Discord the other day. Let me see if I can find it, right? I can't remember where I posted it. I'll just see if I can find the chat log I had with them. So I basically made a starter team on the Deadwood Jedi calculator, for a better word. There we go. Load this up. Remind myself what I put in it. So what you're seeing here is like an archetype. Oh, no. No. Failed to... No. Oh, God. This problem still exists? Oh, Lord. Oh, no. Oh, no. Where are we going to be? Sometimes it saves you. Sometimes it puts you back in where you were. Rip. So, yeah, with that clan boss team, you basically have the archetypes of what you need, right? Nazana is any ally protector. Marta really is any increased defense champion. You've got Tayral is any decreased attack champion. Frozen Banshee is any poisoner. Geomancer is just in there as a spare slot. You're really focusing on building a good 1-1 team at the basic level. Ally protector, decreased attack, a poisoner, decreased defense, and an increased defense champion. Keep my team alive, poison the enemy, and also have that ally protection. Ally protection is so important. If you get faultless defense blessings on them, that will help you even more. Once you start getting things like deacons, seekers, Godseeker and Ares, people who can extend buffs, then you can start looking at a 2-1 ratio. But you start at a 1-1 basic. Even if you have to 3-key Ultra Nightmare, that is a good position to be in. You normally aim for something like 3,000 defense on all of them, get them to the right speeds, put them in lifesteal if you don't have a leech champion in there. Obviously, if you pull someone like Deacon or you put someone in there that's got leech instead of like Geomancer, then obviously that can help. But you want to basically keep your team alive. Ally protection does that. A shielder will help. You should also be doing normal Hydra all the time, even if you only do a couple of like damage. Oh, I'm in lower. It saved me. Yes. Yes. This is what it used to do in the like launch. Sometimes it would like kick you down and it would kick you out, but it remembers like where you are temporarily until you don't instantly join in. At least we can actually see my character in the background now in like a shadowy form. So the biggest problem, Jessica, that people have when they first start playing is focus, distraction, overload. You know, my brother started playing the game like I think 3 months ago, and he was getting pulled easily because the way the game does it, it's not his fault. He was like, I need to focus over here. Or the mission's telling me to go over here and to go over that. And really, it's bad that it does that, because the rewards to which you then can progress in the game are in Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss. That's where you get your shards, your books. That's where you get all your resources that you need to do fusions, which will then help you push forward even further. And it's almost like the game is trying to distract you from that goal. So it's not that surprising that you're saying you're stuck because your gear is so bad. Even things like, for example, I looked at one person's account the other day and they didn't have a single pair of 6-star speed boots. I'm like, there's my brother. See, I said he was in chat. He's much further along now. But I looked in someone else's account, not my brother's account, another one, and they were like, oh, the optimizer isn't finding me builds. And I was looking, I was like, you have no 6-star speed boots. And they were like, oh yeah, but I can't farm. And I was like, well, just go to Nightmare Campaign, go to stage 6, stage 6, and just farm Nightmare Campaign, because all you care about when it comes to speed boots is that they're 6-star. That gives you 45 speed. That's a huge difference. The first goal when you're building champions up is get them to 170 speed. 170 is a good marker. If you can get to 170 speed, then you can use your champion. Then you start getting accuracy in it bit by bit, and then you can start replacing those boots long term with gear you farm from dungeon. But there's no negative or bad experience to just going into Ultra Nightmare, go into Nightmare Campaign, go to stage 6, use some decent champions so you can succeed. You know, maybe throw in 1 food or 2 food along the team so that you can get through it, and get yourself just a couple or 3 6-star speed boots, because that will help you build your champions. Obviously, if you haven't got Leech, you need lifesteal gear. That will only come from Dragon or farming Campaign again. You can just farm Campaign for the early gear that you need. Primary bonuses are more valuable than secondary, mostly. And of course, having options in banners helps you a lot as well. There's a lot of speed to be had in banners. That's why the optimizer will struggle to find builds if there aren't that many banners on your account, because banners kind of make it much more easier. That's where you get a lot of your accuracy stat. That's where you get a lot more speed, maybe your resistance stat. But that's what I would focus on first, Jessica, is get yourself to Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss. And if you haven't pulled a Demitha, a Man-Eater, a Tower, a Helicath, these kind of unkillable options, there's no negative to having a standard traditional comp. They're just as efficient, they're just a bit slower, and they won't do as much damage. It won't 1-key necessarily, but if you can 3-key Ultra Nightmare, that's better than 2-key in Nightmare. Much better. The rewards you get from Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss top chest is so much better, I can't even describe it. That the CB team you just showed you made for me, lol. Oh, was it you? Is it? Oh, there you go. Wait. The CB team you just showed you made for me, lol. So yeah, none of those. Yeah, so it doesn't have to be those champions exactly. It just has to be the archetypes. That was an example I was giving, right? So Nazana can be any ally protection champion on a 3-turn cooldown, ideally. Martyr, it doesn't have to be Martyr. It just has to be someone who gives you increased defense, right? It can be a Romero. Or does he do AoE? No, Romero doesn't. You basically just want a champion that can give you a defense buff. Tyrell is ideal because he's got decreased defense and decreased attack on 2 abilities. But really, the only reason why Tyrell is in here is we want a stable decreased attack champion. It's very important. Frozen Banshee is in here for poison. It could be Ornn that you get from this fusion. It can be any poisoner you want. So they're archetypal slots. It was more to show you the speed rotation. What I'm trying to show you in this team that's more important. Notice how the ally protection is going up from Nazana just before the first AoE, which means by the time you get to the second AoE, all of your champions still have ally protection. and they still have increased defense. It's the way that the champions are using their abilities that is more important here than anything else. That's what I wanted to show. Oh, okay, right, yeah. Oh, I got you, right, yeah. Yeah, so that team is great. That team is great. I think it'll be fine. You'll probably 2-key with it. Maybe it might 3-key with a low-level gear, but it will be stable enough. The thing is, you can stick it on auto, right? You don't have to sit there and manual it. You can just stick it on auto. If people die, people die. It is what it is, but you should be able to at least 3-key with that. Yeah, he's not bad. He's just weak source, really. He's not terrible. What I prefer to do is get a better poisoner and transition Kale to be just an arena nuker, because his A2 is still really solid for arena nuking all the way up to gold 2 or 3. I prefer Kale to be a dedicated arena nuker rather than a poisoner. But early doors, when you haven't got that many 6 stars, you will go for Kale in your clan boss team because you'll have War Master. We're position 841. It feels like it's going relatively quickly. I say relatively. Time kind of flies when we're streaming. We've been live for... Oh, I don't know now. How long have we been live for? Like an hour and 14 minutes, and we've moved about 1,000 spots. That's not too bad, to be honest. It's all right. I've had worse experiences. It's not 8 hours. All the other servers are terrible still, though. They are coming down bit by bit, though, now. Artemis is at 7.5. Apophis is at 9.9. It's not too bad. God, they've just pushed 2 more servers. So they're up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. They have 15 servers. They've started with 4. How can you be that much out in your calculations? Yeah, Ornn's really good still. I know he got nerfed and people are a bit like, oh, he's not so good anymore. I think he's still stronger than Uragrim. What up, cat? Yeah. Cool. The cat has awoken. So if you 2-key Ultra Nightmare... So if I already 2-key Ultra Nightmare, I finish all Doom Tower rotations normal, got my Lydia. What should be my focus? Doom Tower hard. Doom Tower secret rooms. Probably a 1-key Ultra Nightmare, just so you can go 1-key Ultra Nightmare, 1-key Nightmare, 1-key Brutal, right? Just to maximize your rewards a little bit. I know Brutal doesn't give you that much, but sometimes you can get a Void Shard, an Epic Book out of it. It can help. Probably then looking to make sure you get like at least Hydra hard and Hydra normal done. And probably the advanced missions to try and get towards Romantu. That will be a focus for a while. Whenever my cat wakes up, she lets the world know she's awoken, basically. I don't know whether she like wakes up from a dream and has to tell everyone about it, but that's what she does. And then goes to eats a little bit, then goes back and lies down somewhere else. And then probably around about midnight, she'll start running around the house like a mad animal. When everyone, when I want to sleep. Crazy monster. 769. God, we might actually get to play this. We might be playing New World rather than Q World. Imhotep has 24 people in it. Wow. To play Imhotep. Yes, the Zoom mutation. She actually didn't want attention, Howler. She just woke up. That's what she does. And then goes to eat, and now she's wandered off. Finished the first batch of animation, but my tag team arena game is very weak. I'm just on bronze 4. That's where your next focus is then. Trying to figure out tag teams. And a lot of it is going to be go second teams. When you're trying to climb in tag team, you're probably going to go and use your main arena team, your speed team in 1, You're going to then want to go second in another one, and it depends if you have the champions and the gear to be able to be fast enough for a third one. If you can't get another speed lead at like 350 or 340, you're better off just building another second, go second team. But the good thing is there's so many champions now in the game that can enable you to go second. I'm still, like, we did a stream a couple of weeks ago, it may have been sooner, where we were going through different options for go second, and I've got so many different options, I haven't had a chance to actually build anything yet, because between the fusion and everything else and doing content, my account still very much relies on my speed team. But hopefully I'll be able to build a couple of things. I did pick up a 2-star Yoshi soul from a tier 1 soulstone the other day, just a random tier 1 soulstone. Yoshi is one of the best go second champions. I've got a 4-star Raglan now. Picked that up yesterday. So there are options. Oh, I can't close any doors in my house. If I close a door, that's a cardinal sin. Got to open the door. And my cat also likes closing doors. It's funny. She don't like having the door closed, but she'll close it herself. It's really weird. Oh, you're making an appearance now, you? What? Come on then. Nobody wants to see your tail. You just carried your tail across camera. That was your appearance. Yeah, so what mine normally does is when I'm asleep, she'll like jump up on the bed for a second, check what's going on, then she'll sleep on the corner for like 5 minutes and then jump down into her own bed. But if I close the bed, like she's normally in the room that I'm in. If I'm in the bedroom, she'll be in the bedroom. If I'm downstairs in the living room, she'll come down in the living room. If I'm in the office, she'll come to the office. She doesn't like to be in a different room to what I'm in. Do you, monkey? What? Yeah, that is true. She doesn't like people. So we have managed to finally convince her that if there's 2 people in the house and she knows both people, she doesn't have to hide. But it's a lot of bribery and convincing. Normally, if there's anyone else in the house, she's like in the farthest corner in the bedroom on top of the wardrobe, and you'll never find her. "669. The goose drank wine." Something, something, something. That song. I'm forever combating cat fur in my house. I think I've gone through like about a mile of lint roller trying to get rid of fur off my clothes. It's a nightmare. The funny story is, if I come out of this server right now, I can probably get straight into a game world somewhat. Imhotep has no queue, but they haven't got any character creation open. Gilgamesh has like 190 people in a queue. Cronus is now down to 799. So they are improving. $646. I haven't actually figured out what weapon I want to go. So when I first played this game, we went, I think we went with the short sword. And I think we went with like an offhand, like ranged weapon. But I might go great sword because we've got blunderbuss in here now and you've got great swords and got everything. Gwyneth is awesome. I'm pretty sure, Hirsch, and if you check the channel, I did a spotlight on Gwyneth. She is a really cool champion. I'm almost certain I've done a spotlight on it. 28 minutes and 43 seconds. What, you think I'll be logged in at 8 o'clock? If that is true, who and what is paying you off in Amazon? Yeah, so Gwyneth is cool because she has the A2 ability where she can place weaken before she attacks. So, you know, she can weaken the poison cloud. Obviously, she's void. I think she's void, or she might. No, she's magic, isn't she? I can never remember what affinity Gwyneth is. She feels like she should be void, but she's not. But it means because she can place the weaken before she attacks, there's no weak affinity issues that she has to worry about. She'll always do that. And she's actually quite a strong healer because if she is full HP, any excess heal that she has gets put onto the rest of your team. So as long as you can keep her healing, she hits hard enough that damage will heal by quite a lot. Very, very strong. And I also like her A3. If you can get enough debuffs up, it hits really hard. She's also great for the Valkyrie wave in Faction Wars because she won't proc the counterattack. Really cool champion. The problem is by the time you get her, there's just not a lot of places you would use her, as with all the Doom Tower epics. I think the only one that has any merit is probably Akoth, because if you're really unlucky early game, then at least you've got a non-bookable AoE HP burner. But generally, by the time you get any of these Doom Tower champions, you don't really need them. So she should be good for Nether Spider, right? Yeah, because she sends all the poisons back. So she'll send all the poisons back, and then you can heal up as well. The only thing you've got to be careful about with her A1, I guess, is... No, yeah, it should be fine. She doesn't trigger the counterattack. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. She's actually very good for Agreth. I wanted to focus on speedrun Dungeon 20, since I have a Seer and now I have a Lydia. Would you recommend that instead of doing that I focus on? Yeah, I mean, if time is a currency that you value, right? So if you're spending too much time in the game, you want to free that up, then focusing on faster dungeons is just as good, right? Getting a fast dungeon means you complete the tournament quicker, which means you do the fusion quicker. Getting a fast dungeon means you can compete maybe for a tournament win. Getting fast dungeon clears is always good. Like, I run a dragon team that's like 54 seconds now that I got a 6-star Seer. So, you know, trying to save like 10 seconds off that is like a 20% gain, which is huge for me. I know it only sounds weird at 10 seconds, but that's huge. That's 10 seconds more I can spend on doing another run. If I want to be competitive, I can compete more. It's a little bit iffy. Just Paragon it. I literally had for ages a level 50 deflection Paragon, and I put him in every single Nether Spider run, came back after a cup of coffee, 20 minutes later it was done. No difficulty. Now he's got War Master. Goes even quicker if Phantom Touch ever gets fixed. 558. There you go. Stick him in deflection gear. Deflection is better than toxic. And just basically set him up on the AI so he doesn't use his A3. And just make sure he can survive the initial burst. And then unkillable himself and let everyone else die and then put it on auto. Easy. Simples. You never have to worry about Nether Spider again. That's not to say that Gwyneth isn't still good, but I'm just saying if you've already got that champion there, that I wouldn't replace him. I wouldn't bring my Gwyneth in over Paragon. It's just annoying if you put Phantom Touch on him, it takes like an extra 10 minutes when it shouldn't. Really annoying. It's actually not a problem, Phantom Touch, once he gets to 5-star, because he will always proc the Phantom Touch on Agreth, because he's always going to pick Agreth. He's not going to target the others. So it means it'll be on cooldown for when he counterattacks, because that's what it comes down to. He's counterattacking the counterattack. And it procs on the counterattack when it shouldn't, because it should be on cooldown. No, that's Sorath. Sorath is the one that needs to be burning. Agreth is the poison spider, the one that dumps poisons on you. Oh, it's been a long week. I know it's only Wednesday. Yeah, exactly. Well, the cool thing about deflection is it can also deflect the debuff extension. So when Paragon gets hit and he attacks back, he can extend the poisons on the Spider Queen because of the deflection effect, which is actually quite cool. Yeah, Yumako's deflection effect on the A2 is the same as the deflection set itself. It's just a higher chance. And it doesn't even need to be any decent deflection gear, right? Mine is just bog standard average stuff. You just need enough stats on it to keep him alive off from the first burst. So I put people like Asuga in, and that just so that she can absorb some of the damage he takes in case he gets crit. Keep him alive. You know, you can bring a shield set, for example, just so that he can survive the first hit, and then make sure you manual the stage so he's unkillable until everyone is dead, so he didn't unkillable anyone else, and then press auto, and it's done. You just have to wait 20 minutes. Is there a limit to the number of deflections? No. It can deflect as much as you want. Don't do this, game. No. Do not do it when I get this close to a queue. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh. I don't want to look. I swear to God. I'll be honest. If this comes back in at like 1,500, it's done. We're done for the night. Don't give me that loading screen, cool. Don't stress me out. I got Gothred. He should work too. Gothred's a new one. I can't remember what Gothred does. I don't remember what Gothred does. I know. Oh no. You're still in queue though, right? Ooh. Saved. Oh. Oh. Phew. He places block damage on an ally before a fatal hit. Yeah, he can, I guess. Has that got a cooldown? People were queuing for like classic launch for World of Warcraft. I think it was like Lich King, and like they were just in queue. They get kicked out and they're back to like 14,000. It's so painful. I mean, it's part of the no game. Stop it. Stop glitching. Stop. No. I just want to play New World. I don't want to not get in queue. This is actually traumatizing. Oh, I see what you mean, Hershin. So basically just use his passive so that Paragon doesn't die on the first hit. Yeah, you can. Exactly. Yeah. That's it. It works whichever. Like shield set with enough decent stats on it. Like the deflection gear doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to have a bit of HP on it. You can run that. You can run, double shield set. You can run whatever. It'll work. It'll keep you okay. Yeah. I mean, it's part of like, to some extent, it's bad, right? We shouldn't be in the situation where there's a new game launch and you've got a bunch of players sitting in the queue. but it's also part of the experience, like of playing a new expansion of it or a new MMO that comes out. It's part of the whole thing. So I don't see it as I don't go into it getting really annoyed or angry about it like some people. I just go into it's a new MMO. This is part of the whole thing. This always happens. I've yet to see, apart from more smaller games now, which technically New World has become a smaller game since obviously it started off so huge and lots of players left. I have never seen a launch of a game not have a queue of some sort. It's impossible not to. It's also healthy to have it a little bit, because if you do what New World did in the original launch, where you go, oh crap, we've got so many players, we need to just launch loads and loads and loads of... Oh, they've got a little global announcement. Sorry, I was just looking there. They've got a global announcement. Welcome to Fresh Start. Large queues are temporarily expected while new characters are continuously processed. Additional Fresh Start worlds are available if you would like to optimize waiting time. No thanks. Yeah, you kind of want to like balance it, right? Because when New World first came out, they had like 12, they had a reasonable, they had like 30 servers. The problem was they were trying to use their streamers on Twitch, because obviously it's an Amazon game, to promote it, and everyone wants to play with their Twitch streamers. So you had like one server that had like, I don't know, 25,000 queue. It was dumb. So they started spinning up more and more servers and more and more and more and more. Eventually it all got good. And then people played the game. The first 30 levels were really good. And then the next 30 levels were really bad because they didn't actually have an end game yet in the game, which was obviously talked about a lot before going into it. So you then had all of these players quit, but the players who actually still enjoyed it on all of these worlds were all separated across all the different populations. So they would come into the game, they couldn't play the PvP battlegrounds. Why? Because there wasn't enough players. So that mode was disabled and useless. They could farm lots of materials, but they couldn't go into any wars because there wasn't enough players. When they did have the wars, it wasn't optimized, so you would get lagged to death. So people stopped playing because of that. So they had this problem where they grew too many servers. So they had to then spend the next 6 months merging and merging again and transfer and merging and transfer to try and get the population back together. So it's always a good thing to have queues, but not react too emotionally to them unless you really need to. The problem with New World more than any other game is most other worlds can manage like cross-world shard setups where you can have like bigger servers or mega servers, or you can have them in like instances and stuff, where New World's game design doesn't support lots of players. It supports like a very precise window of players. Otherwise, the gameplay doesn't make sense either way. If you have too many people, nobody can get enough resources, you can't play the game. If you have not enough people, nobody can participate in the events or control towns or do anything. You don't get enough money into the towns, the economy dies, it all falls apart. So they have a bit of an issue, and it's kind of like one of those fundamental issues that the game is good because of the way they structured it, but it's also bad because of the way they structured it, and they can't really fix the bad without breaking the good. So I don't really know how they're going to fix it. So 14 minutes and 27 seconds, eh? I think I'm going to be in soon. 8 o'clock. I think that's when I'm going to get in. Oh yeah, Hershen. Like one of the streamers was basically in queue for 8 hours. He got booted and put back into another 8-hour queue. And he was just livid. He's like, that's the thing as well. If you're a streamer that relies on the meta, they call it the meta on Twitch, right? What's big at the moment. Like Valorant is the meta at the moment with Fortnite a little bit. If you're not playing the meta and that's the type of streamer you are, then obviously you're missing out on views a little bit because people are going to go watch the meta on other people. So it's a bit awkward if you can't play the game and get in, because what can you do? Like, I can talk to you guys about Raid, but I've literally been talking to you for 2 hours whilst we've been looking at a queue window. If you were here to watch the gameplay, you would have left by now because there isn't any. You guys are here because we're just talking, we're just chilling. So it's a bit of a problem. It's just difficult to manage. Oh, we don't talk about players coding. Come on now. Did you see, by the way, did anyone notice? There's a Reddit post out at the moment. It's great. In the patch notes, they quite explicitly said, we will make it so that Faction Wars for the Sylvan Watchers is not open, and all the quests will not pick Sylvan Watchers. They specifically said that. I said it in the patch notes. It's good that they didn't add quests for this faction because, hey, I don't have any champions. guess what they forgot to do this week in this rotation of the clan quests? They forgot to take out the new faction from the quests. So Reddit, there is a post right now where someone has a clan quest to do the Sylvan Watchers. Physically can't do it. It's like, come on. Guys, it's a little bit embarrassing because it's like you're if you didn't mention it, you could say, oh, damn, we forgot about that. And you can forgive that because you can just go, you know what, it was a big update, whatnot. You had loads of new champions. It's a small thing that isn't going to make or break the game. But when you specifically say in your patch notes, hey, guys, we fixed it. We're not going to do this. And then it's still doing it. Like, what the hell? That's just embarrassing. Come on. I can't remember which quest it was, but... yeah, exactly, Hershen. Like, you specifically said we weren't adding them. So why are they there? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, don't. Please don't. I can't look. I don't want to look. Oh, no. I can't even click. Fiction, are you still in queue? Oh. The closer I get, the more like the closer I get, the more it feels like I'm running a tightrope. That like it's just it's burning on one end and the flame is chasing me. No, stop doing this. No, stop this. Imagine I get into the game, right? And I crash in literally 5 seconds after requeue again. It's been 2 hours. What have you been doing? We've been playing Q Wars. Q World. We've actually been talking. Oh, this is stressful. I can't actually click anything. This is not good. I literally can't do anything. Oh. God, this is brutal. Oh, oh, oh. Haha. This is not doing my, like, stress levels any good. Additional fresh start words. Well, that's a good one. I've just seen that, Hershen. We're going to play some fresh start words, are we? What's a fresh start word then? It literally feels like I'm on like a burning rope or something. You know, like when you see in the films where they're like hanging on and the rope is like breaking on the bridge and you're not sure if it's going to hold on long enough before someone comes and pulls them up. I feel like I'm on that kind of experience right now. I'm on the edge of disaster. I'm one step away from everything crashing and burning. I did say it's part of the experience, George. I'm not it doesn't mean I can enjoy the experience all the time. I just said it's part of it. It's 87. But compared to live we were queuing for like 8 hours. We've only queued for 2 hours. So that's an improvement. So if they do another fresh start burst like in like 2 years' time, maybe it'll be like no queue. I wonder how many servers they've added now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I feel like they've stuck at 15 now. I think they've added any more. The first server's queues are coming down a bit. Jupiter has 2,000 people in it totally. In total. Stop. Stop. Ah. This is so not fun. It's so just into madness. Game. Oh. Look, what you're stressed about is it's fine doing it so long as it keeps putting me back in where it was, but you just wonder if the next time it does it, it doesn't put you back where you were and you're back at the beginning. That's what I'm stressed about. It's getting worse as it gets closer to the end, right? It's almost like just to make your excitement about getting into the game that little bit more, we're going to make it more stressful as you get going. Hey, Fiction, we should try and like, we should find the hemp farm. The good old hemp farming days. Love a bit of hemp farming. Not the drug type. Don't get me demonetized. The game type. Not promoting drug use. Yeah, when you're in a queue for this long, you just kind of get to the point where it's like, I don't even care if the game is terrible. I just want to play it. I just want to get in the game. I just want to get in the game and play the damn thing. It could be as bad as it was when I first played it. I don't really care. I just want to get in and play the damn thing. I can't even go and get a drink. I can't even leave the room because if it breaks again, I need to press the play button again. So you're kind of like on this tenterhook thing. Yeah, profound. So what they've done is they've locked out some servers to try and force people into creating new ones on the newer ones they've spun up. So you can create one on Fate, Ilium, Nyx. What will probably happen is as the queue dies down, they'll open it back up. It's their new model now of what they have. They assess the sort of queue and then they auto disable and auto come back in. Going to make a kitchen. Oh. I see that you're on D&D and don't want to bug you too much. Is it okay to send you information via PM on Discord? Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm always on D&D, but just DM me. If I don't get back to you straight away, it just means I haven't managed to check up on them. But yeah, I'm always on D&D, but feel free to DM me. I put it so I don't get pinged. Wah! I wasn't paying attention. It's almost like they don't want me to play the damn game. Come on, put me back in queue. Don't drum roll me, it's making me scared. Ah. Ah. I do know of a way to data mine New World. We were going to do it at one point. Then we realized how much of a car crash the launch was. We didn't want to compete. It was too much effort. Yeah, Dreadnought, I think it's possible. Fiction can confirm. He said, I checked with him. He said it was live. This has taken an awful long time to put me back into queue. I can't look. This is not good. It's taken a lot longer than normal. Oh, come on. Put me in the queue. Please. Don't tempt me with that kind of... Maybe it'll just log you in. It could easily just not. It's stressing me out. Oh, I can't look. Are you still in the queue, Fiction? You're in the game. Come on. Game. He's in. I'm not. Put me in. Put me in, coach. He was 3 places. He's been 3 places behind me the whole time. It's not even put me back in queue. I think it's broken. How were you not getting kicked out like I was? That's what I want to know. Risky. I know. I don't even care about the game. I just want to play it. It's not even doing anything. Oh my god, this is so annoying. Come on. Log me in. I don't want to restart the game in case it kicks my position. Were you getting kicked out like I was, Fiction, or were you just like in queue constantly? Problem is, it's not putting me in queue, Scott. I don't know whether I just Alt F4 and see if that fixes it. But if I Alt F... Ah... Oh. Oh my god damn it. Boom, ba bum, bum, bum. Q-World's a terrible game, isn't it? Q-World is a terrible, terrible game. Go for a new server with no queue. The problem is there isn't one. Gilgamesh has got a queue of 900. They're all got huge queues. That's the thing. There's no benefit to like jumping and playing for a bit now. Because I couldn't even just like spin up another queue. I could go and sign up for Fate. But even that's got like a 30-minute queue. Wow. It's not even moving, look. 2091. There's shorter queues, yeah, don't get me wrong. Like there's a 30-minute queue for like Fate. I can always like jump back in. Like it's not, I don't mind catching up with the guys with Fiction Liar and that, because they can play on as a duo and I can catch up a little bit. But I'm just like, I could leave this queue now, go create a new character and say Fate, but that's still a 600 person queue, right? It's still pretty chunky. What I don't understand, this game has been out for 12 plus months, and we still have this problem where if you're in a queue, you could get booted out and get reset back to the start. Like, why didn't we fix that bug? You know, I don't mind queuing for a game as long as the time I queue, I get into the damn game. Oh my god. And they wonder why people like have such a negative reaction to their game. It's like, well, this is the problem, guys. You know, you have this whole like fresh start experience. It's cool. The first experience anyone gets if they want to come back to the game is the same thing they experienced when the first game came out. And the bugs, it's not so much the queuing that's really frustrating here. It's the fact we queued. I was about to get in the game, it bugged and kicked me out, and now I have to queue again. That's what's frustrating me. That's what I'm annoyed at. It's not the actual queue that's the frustrating thing. It's the bugs that still don't seem to have been fixed. Hey, yeah, it looks like all the other servers are like, if there was another server on that, it was like less than 100 people, I'd jump into it. But yeah, I'd have to queue until like midnight, to like 11 o'clock now. It's like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. It's like at least 2 hours. So like maybe 9:30 I'll get in. I mean, it will speed up a bit because as people play the game, clear the first area, they can start onboarding more people. The first like hour of a new server is always going to be rough because everyone's doing the first new area. But yeah, you are right. When the fusion started, we felt really busy. The last 2 days have been pretty chill. I've only had the artifact enhancement. I haven't got any silver left, but you know. Yeah, but if you think it's gone down 100 people in 5 minutes, I got 2,000, right? So that's 20 times 5. That's still 100 minutes. So that's like an hour and a half minimum to queue before I can get in. It's brutal. Absolutely brutal. And again, it's the bugs that is just annoying. So frustrating. I'm not the only one, so you're trying to be positive. Yeah. Cheers, Scott. Thanks for joining Q World. How frustrating was this? Honestly. What is happening, Nick? Nick, we are experiencing the pain of sitting in a queue for a new fresh start server for New World, which is, you know, they're kind of rejigging the game. We sat in the queue for 2 hours. I got to position like 40. I glitched and now I'm back in position 1,900. Yay. Do you think there is a use for a 6-star awakened apothecary? Maybe it'll put me back at position 1. Do I think there's a use for a 6-star awakened apothecary? I mean, no. Yes. It depends on your level of gameplay. Could be fun to make a nuke apothecary, I guess. But really, you're only going to be able to put Phantom Touch on him. So unless you're using him in any teams, probably not. It's probably better to sell it. Honestly, I'm tempted to just play a bit of Lord of the Rings Online right now for like an hour. So at least we get some sort of gameplay. Because this is brutal. I can't see me getting in at all. Fiction is probably running around chopping wood right now. Lovable man. Having a whale of a time. I feel like Hellhades from last night when everything was breaking. He tried to play League. We tried to play TFT, was losing. Tried to play League, it broke. Then he tried to play. Then he played some Valorant. It feels like that's the type of night I'm having. Yeah, probably because I called it Q World. I just baited them. I think the legendary is worth keeping, Helder. Keep in mind, they probably will do a summon event on the new faction, right? So you're going to get times 10. So I think you're more likely to pick up the epic than the legendary, put it like that. And the thing with the legendary is if you do happen to get another of the same legendary, at least it can be for faction guardians, right? So I always think if you can get the fusion legendary, it's always worth it if you've started investing in it. So I'm just replying to someone here. You're hoping for guaranteed sacred event? I just don't think we're going to get one for a while. I think the guaranteed sacred event was a 1+1. I think they've noticed that people are hoarding shards. Yeah, George, the problem is all the other servers have a long queue as well. Like, the shortest queued server right now is Galahad, and I can't create a character. Kronos I can, but it's 760 people. Crassus has got 980, but you can't create a character. Imhotep you can, is 827. So I'd be in a similar queue anyway. For a character I wouldn't want to play anyway, because I'd rather just wait out. If I come back to this game in 2 days, the server queues won't be there. It's only because everyone's trying to play it all at the same time. Oh, I'm done. I can't even click anything. Look, it doesn't even work. Nothing works. Where does Arbiter sit in my top 10 and 50 Legos? It's a good question. She kind of has like... It's kind of a weird thing because she's okay because she does her job very, very well, right? So if you're talking to me about arena boosting, there's no one better than Arbiter. So, for that kind of job, she's great. She also makes faction wars really easy, but you wouldn't probably use her in any of your speed teams or anything like that, right? It's a kind of a conversation I was having with Hellhades once about Duchess. We all rate Duchess really highly, but actually, when you think about what you need to beat certain areas of the game, she doesn't bring anything to any of the areas of the game you need to beat. So if you want to beat the dragon, you need poisons or direct damage or max HP. She doesn't bring any of that. If you want to beat any of the Doom Tower bosses, she doesn't bring any cleanse. She doesn't bring any sort of damage. She doesn't bring HP burn. She doesn't bring any sort of fears or any counters. She's basically just like a damage reduction bot with a revive and then a block debuffs. But we like her so much and we rate her really highly as one of the strongest legendaries in the game. But actually, she doesn't do... So it's like, how do you rate champions? It's actually really difficult to rate them. If I was rating a champion, if I was looking at Drag and I was listing the top 50 champions, Duchess wouldn't make my top 50. Arbiter wouldn't make my top 50. Necra wouldn't make my top 50. Yeah, these are 3 champions that everyone thinks are really good because of different ways you use them. Archmage, for me, is a much better champion for any of those content areas than Duchess. Because he hits harder, he brings crowd control, he brings buffs, and he brings turn meter control. So he's bringing things you need, whereas Duchess only brings survivability. So it's a bit of a weird one. So in terms of where I'd rate Arbiter in top 50, it depends on what you have in your account. I think there's less need to have a speed team now. And speed teams themselves are very difficult to enable with the meta. So it's not so much. They did fix the typo. Well, good spot, Hershen. You're spotting more than I am. Yeah, like I use my Duchess now purely for Arena, I'd say. I don't think I use my Duchess anywhere else. And even then, she's not like, she's in the team, but she's not the top champions, in my opinion. Yeah, but I don't think you need her for Hydra. Like, if you're talking about champions that would be better in Hydra, like Necmo's better than her. I'd say Ukko is up there, maybe better than her. Ugo is better than her for Hydra. If you're worried about the tournament ahead, you bring a Shamael. It's much easier. There's so many more champions they've added to the game since Hydra came out now that she's not the dominant force she once was with Krisk. Sure, they're good. I'm not saying she's bad. But in terms of, like, does she do something S tier? I don't actually think Duchess does anything S tier, apart from revive everyone. But it's always that notion of if you're reviving someone, you've probably got a problem you need to fix first. So... I know, right? You thought Wait Shadow Legends is bad. It's a very good point. You're both in. Oh, God. They were cute. I was 400 ahead of Lyra, and now she's in. Great. Why is it the one that's actually got it on the screen, the person who didn't get in the game? How did that work out? Hey, guys. I've got a free game code. Do you want to play this Q World? No. I do not want to. Brutal. I don't know. Part of me thinks it might go quickly, but then am I really going to want to play this at 10 o'clock at night? I don't know. We've been talking now for 20 minutes since I got kicked out? And we've moved 400 places, I guess. It's moving. I just don't know how quickly it's moving. 12-3 Brutal is better for Silver because shields sell for more. 12-6 has more XP. So people do 12-3 because they prefer the Silver versus the little bit more XP you get. And the only reason why you do 12-6 Nightmare is because 12-6 Nightmare has a lot lower defense numbers versus 12-3 Nightmare. 12-3 Nightmare is like 4,000 defense, 12-6 is like 1,000. So that's why they do 12-6. Galahad only has 187 people in queue. I could go create a character on Galahad and probably play the game for a bit. And just catch up with the other two when they can tell me where they've got to, and I can just power farm back up again. We could do that. Yeah, Affinity 2. Oh, she's not worthless, Nick. Don't get me wrong, Nick. She's not worthless. She's still a very solid champion, and she is really good in the arena, right? If you've got a Duchess as a framework for your team, that's going to help you loads. All I'm saying is, when you think of champions like Theodore, right? Theodore is S tier of what he does. Nobody can beat him. When you think of Nekret the Great in arena, he's so dominant. When you think of people like Rotus and Siphia's appearing, it's so dominant. When you think of people like Kaima and Yumiko, there's no one out there, or Warlord, there's no one out there that does it anywhere near that. And then you put Duchess into that conversation, you go, well, her A2's good, but you've got Elva now. Elva can do her A2 just as good as Duchess. Okay, you don't get the increased attack, but you get the cleanse. So you're trading. You've got Duchess that can do that thing. You've got Wither that can full cleanse. You've got Mithrala that can full cleanse. You've got Riho. So that's kind of like, she's no longer doing that only. The A1 is a pointless shield. So it's nice, but it's not great. And then she's just a revive bot. The passive is unique, but it's not that crazy versus an Asuga passive. So it's, yeah. Yeah, I could go create a character on... Oh, never mind. Galahad is jumping again. I don't know. Maybe people are going to create a character on Galahad. Let's just see. It is going quite fast though, isn't it? It's jumped like 100 in 5 minutes. So maybe it'll go quite quick. Maybe it's speeding up. It's hard to tell. Do you know what? There is 1,633 people in Jupiter queue, and I'm at position 1498. I'm right at the back of the queue. What is this service? Why am I the back of the queue? Still not sure why they were afraid to make Raka Valtide not even as good as her, even though she's void. Why isn't Raka good in your opinion? Because she revives when she shouldn't? You can give me the estimated time if you want, Helder. You didn't break it, the game did. I actually think Raka's really good. She's just not good for arena defense is all. But arena offense, she actually is a very good champion. Yeah, but Ugo has block buffs. But the thing with Raka, what makes her really good, right, is Raka is great with Candrafon on offense, or someone you want to buff, basically, because she does that cleanse on, and then it gives increased attack, right? I think that's what Raka does. She cleanses on the A2. Her turn meter gain on the passive is actually quite strong, and her healing is pretty good as well. She's not as bad as you probably want. You just need to control her, right? What makes her bad on defense is she does things on auto that you don't want her to do, which is why you probably wouldn't use Raka or see Raka a lot on defense itself. But for an offense-based kind of Duchess, it's better than Duchess because Duchess is more designed for defense. So I see them as kind of similar, but different roles in terms of the way you would use the champions. If I pulled a Raka Valtide, I wouldn't be necessarily over the moon, but I wouldn't be sitting there going, I've pulled an Aileel or a Jingwong, right? If I pulled one of those two champions, I'd be like, my day's over. I don't know. I think we stick it out. It's not that long. It's going pretty fast, right? The problem is if I create a new character on another world... Yeah, Galahad. just gone up to 343. So people are doing exactly the same thing as me, sitting there going, oh, shall I just swap? And then go into that one and they're just stuck in a queue anyway. So it's moving. I think it's just a case of waiting it out a little bit. If the queue got to a point where the queue was larger than the total server could like support, then that's a bigger problem. Because if I get near the end and the server kind of gets to full capacity, then the queue time will be a lot longer. But it is moving quickly. So we'll give it to like 9 o'clock. We'll give it half an hour. We'll see where we're at. And then if not, we'll probably just end it there for the night and I'll go watch a film and cry in my milk somewhere. Don't tempt fate. I won't get an error again. Don't tempt fate. At least Jing Wong has one use now. Jing Wong is a good counter to Kaimar teams. At least that. Yeah, Bobby. I figured I would. But instead I'm playing Q World. Frequency. Is that a TV show or film? I don't know what to watch at the moment. I finished watching what was I watching the other day that I finished watching? I can't remember what it was now. I'm kind of going back through some old box sets and stuff. I did just rewatch all of the original Lord of the Rings films, which is always a good thing to do. Although I need to rewatch them actually because I watched the non-extended and it was a bit of a crime to do so. You should watch the full extended. It's the only way. How am I liking Rings of Power? Put it like this. I'd rather sit here in a queue of 3,000 than have to face watching Rings of Power again. That's how much I hate Rings of Power. Tell a lie. I like watching the Rings of Power. The visuals are cool. The storyline, the characterization, the way that we're representing the storylines is so law-breaking and utterly wrong and nonsensical that it should never have been put to paper. Like, seriously. Like, to be fair, the Sauron part was pretty good, but the Rings of Power forging is just... In that TV show, right, if that TV show was canon, right now, Isildur is dead. Spoiler. So if Isildur is dead, Aragorn can't be born. And if Isildur is dead, the Kingdom of Gondor doesn't have a king. So we instantly have the whole... and if Isildur's dead, he can't cut the ring off Sauron's finger. And if Isildur is dead, we can't have the whole thing where he keeps the ring and the disaster of Gladden Fields, and then we can't have all these. So if that one problem there is, okay, you've dropped a building on him. Well, he's clearly not dead because the whole Lord of the Rings story cannot exist if this one character is dead. Then we find out Celeborn is missing somewhere. Well, if Celeborn is missing, Arwen can't be born because Elrond can't marry Celebrian, which is the daughter of Celeborn and Galadriel, which means Arwen isn't born, which means Aragorn doesn't have a wife. That's a problem. Like, the whole thing falls apart. Like, you basically, in one 8-episode TV show, have managed to make it impossible for the Lord of the Rings to exist. Like, we forged the 3 Elven rings. The way that the Rings of Power goes in the literature... 9 rings of men, 7 rings of dwarves, and then in secret, 3 elven rings were crafted. When Sauron created the 1 ring of power, he discovered that the elves had created the rings. He went and sacked Eregion, I would say Eregion, where you see in the TV show, the forges of Celebrimbor. He kills Celebrimbor to try and get the rings, but he's too late because he realizes he can't control the elven rings the same way. You've done it in the wrong way. You've made the first 3 elven rings. Why the hell would the elves make the other rings? So if you haven't got the other rings, you can't give 9 rings of power to men, which means you can't create the Nazgul, which means you don't have the Witch King of Angmar, which means you don't have the fall of Arnor. Like, the whole thing is so law-breaking, you've broke the entire trilogy. The whole thing in 8 episodes. How? How can you write 8 episodes and destroy 3 film trilogies worth of content in 8 episodes? I'm like... No, you didn't see him die. What I'm saying, Nick, is if the current story exists, right, where you've dropped a building on Isildur, you're suggesting to the audience that Isildur has died. because that's what you're trying to create, this emotional thing that, Elendil has gone back to Numenor because his son has died. There's no possible world in reality that Isildur is dead. So what's the point of trying to make a storyline about the fact that Isildur is dead? Because he's not. Because if Isildur is dead, we've got bigger problems. Just like trying to say Celeborn is dead. Well, if Celeborn is dead, the whole thing falls apart. It's almost like they wanted to kind of distance Galadriel from Celeborn so they can create this like pseudo weird masochistic love thing between Sauron and Galadriel, and then try to suggest the reason why Sauron went evil was because Galadriel turned him down. It's like, what? It's just... Of course I will. I'll still watch the other TV shows just so I can tell them how stupid they are. Oy vey. But you know what I mean? Like, I always said, when I was speaking to loads of people about this before it came out, I thought it was a good era to do the TV show in, because you get away from the original, the books, right? Where you're very stringent on what you have to follow. The books were a book, so you had set things that you couldn't really skip. You know, you had the different thing of Frodo getting the ring, Bilbo, you had the things of like the Fellowship falling apart. You couldn't really break that apart, right? So you didn't want to just retell the films. But with the Second Age, there are key events that happen, but everything else in the middle is all a bit of a blur. So you can make like good Tolkien-esque stories that could be believable, that you wouldn't be necessarily following the literature, that you could take a license with, that would still be good. But we didn't do that. We just took all the main elements of the Second Age and destroyed it. Like, why are we talking about the fall of Numenor before we've even talked about the rise of Ar-Pharazôn? Like, Ar-Pharazôn has like 70 odd years before he gets to the fall of Numenor. But we're already at that point with the foreshadowing. And then you have this thing of Ar-Pharazôn is old when he has a son. Well, Ar-Pharazôn is meant to like usurp the throne by forcing himself to marry Miriel. Well, that doesn't seem like it's plausible right now. So I don't really know how they're going to deal with that. Technically, the Rings of Power were forged in the books 1,000 years before Elendil was born. So we've compressed time. We haven't dealt with that properly. So, I don't know. I don't know how you can fix... You almost like when you make a TV show, you don't want to create something you have to go and deal with after. If that makes sense, right? You want to create a narrative, you want to create a plot line, you want to create suspense, you want to create different elements of dramatic effect. But what you don't want to do is put yourself in a situation where, well, at some point I'm going to have to bring Isildur back to life. Because now I've got a narrative that I have to follow, because he can't be dead, so he's going to come back somehow. And now I need to make sure the characters I need to be in a certain position at a certain time for that to be enabled. So you kind of restrict your creative license. You're stuck because you're going to have to try and figure out how to undo what you did. And that's, I feel like, the biggest flaw of the Rings of Power is they've put themselves in quite a tight and narrow path that either the storyline is now predictable because we're going to go, oh, look, the horse has gone off to save Isildur, like Aragorn did in the film. It's like, it's too predictable because they now you've had to do that. Look, while I've been ranting, I've saved ourselves 4 blimmin' things. Yeah, like, I think with the original films, obviously Peter Jackson changed things, right? You've mentioned things like Tom Bombadil doesn't exist really in the film canon because Peter Jackson basically said when he created the films, he had this central storyline, and the central storyline was Frodo getting the ring to the mountain, and anything that necessarily added bulk or weight to that storyline that wasn't relevant was kind of cut. And I can understand why, because if you did it word for word, you'd have too much in there already. It's already like the 4th film is 4.5 hours long? You'd have too much, right? So I can guess why they've kind of cut certain things. But what he did do, which is really good, is he kept things consistent. So when he did make law-breaking changes, so for example, the Ride of the Rohirrim in Minas Tirith is not led by King Theoden. King Theoden dies when he's fighting the Outer Walls. That Ride of the Rohirrim is led by Eomer, who becomes Eomer King. But it's fine to change that up a little bit, right? Because it's for cinematic effect. it was the arc of Theoden coming out from his thing into the king that he rightfully was and taking his place in the hall of his forefathers. It fit. It was okay. It was okay to make that change. You didn't make the whole storyline break. You didn't break it because of that one change. You just enhanced the cinematic effect. Now, some people don't like the fact that there was no Erkenbrand in Helm's Deep, and there was no, you brought in the elves in Helm's Deep. There wasn't any elves in Helm's Deep in the books. But his explanation for that was he wanted the audience to feel like other races were involved than it just being men versus Sauron. Because in the books, the dwarves are fighting in Erebor. Galadriel is defending Caras Galadon. Thranduil's fighting in Mirkwood. So the things are happening. It's just not relevant to the plotline. So how can you include that? So it was his way of paying homage to that in the works. And I think it was okay. Was it law breaking? Yes. Did it upset purists? Yes. Was it a problem? In my opinion, no. I think it was okay. Orcs were basically... So orcs were made by Morgoth when he kidnapped elves in the early days before they were awoken and manipulated and mutated them. And that was the birth of the orcs, effectively. So, yeah, things like the burning of the Shire, for example, the scourging of the Shire, that was cut from the film, which a lot of purists did not like. But he did pay homage to it in the flashback with the Mirror of Galadriel in the garden. So it's nice. What he's basically saying is I couldn't or didn't want to include everything because of different creative reasons, but at least he's acknowledging it through different ways to say, this does happen in the books. This is me paying respect to the literature, the core literature. And I feel in general, the original trilogy is true enough to Tolkien's work that you get this feeling of fellowship. You get this feeling that the small matters more than the big. It's important that we don't, like, that hubris is beaten with, loyalty and compassion and different things like that. These are what Tolkien themes exist in the literature, right? This is what we see a lot of. It's why I don't like the Galadriel characterization in Rings of Power, because it feels like a teenager running headlong into every battle. She's a 3,000-year-old elf with one of the most powerfulest lineages in all of the Elven kingdoms, who said to have more power than most of the elves at the time, yet they've treated her like a teenager running into battle. Why? That's not the Galadriel that I would have expected. Now, of course, you can have a less mystical Galadriel than you see in the original trilogy because, 3,000 years passes. You can tell the tales of how she became that Queen of the Golden Wood. But you don't destroy a character's description from in the way they did. It's awful. Awful. I mean, if you haven't seen the original behind the scenes stuff, they fully built the Shire in New Zealand. Completely. They've had horticulturalists. They built the Golden Hall of I forget the name, Edoras, the Golden Hall of Edoras, on a mountain. They built it all. It was all real. All the armor was real. The actors were real. They built Helm's Deep in different sizes and different shapes in the quarry. Whereas a lot of the Hobbit was done with green screen, which isn't really Peter Jackson's fault because they dumped him in it. And I feel like a lot of the Rings of Power tried to pay homage to the films, but also didn't want to be part of the films. What is the one thing Peter Jackson should have done different with Lord of the Rings? I think its original trilogy is pretty spot on, right? I don't think you can get much better than that. You've got to remember, it's impossible to really make it word for word perfect, so you're going to have to cut things. I think, obviously, The Hobbit could have been done better. But again, The Hobbit shouldn't really have been 3 films because you have a lot of gaps in the book. It's a children's book. Gandalf wanders off at times and comes back. You've got to fill. You can't have your main character just wandering off and wandering back, and you wanted to expand it more. So, Azog doesn't exist in The Hobbit at all. The Necromancer doesn't exist in The Hobbit at all. It's much more about the Great Goblin and the goblins wanting revenge. Yeah, so George, here's the thing, right? As it transpires in the TV show, the biggest thing about Tolkienian, there's the races, and this is a thing that Peter Jackson did very well, is he created believable but unique races, right? When you look at the architecture of the dwarves, it's different from the architecture of the elves and architecture of the men. Gondor is different to Rohan. You can tell something is Rohan or something is Gondor or something is Mordor or something is Dwarven by looking at it. Whereas in the Lord of the Rings, the Rings of Power, they've almost like flipped everything upside down. You feel more empathy for orcs than you do for the elves. Like, you don't feel bad that the elves are fading. You're almost like, good God, I've had enough of Gil-galad and his whining. I've had enough of these. Just let them die. And I'm like, this is not how the elves were. The elves had a reverence for nature. They had a reverence for being wise. They were being considered more tempered. They were considered cautious. They were considered, more graceful. Yet you have all the elven characters doing like battle flips and running into things and different stupid stuff. You have Gil-galad acting like he's a moody king who's trying to send off his warriors because he's fed up with their power and he wants to be a political power player. And then you look at the orcs, and you feel empathy to them because they've been mistreated. That's not how Tolkien writes orcs at all. And then you've got the dwarven storyline where the dwarves don't want to dig deeper than the elves. Like, literally, Moria fell because they delved too deep. That's the whole thing. But now you've got in like, oh yeah, the dwarves are cautious. We won't mine in mountains we can't sustain. Yes, you will, because that's what dwarves were. They were greedy. That's how the whole wars versus elves and dwarves started, because you were greedy. Dwarves are greedy. Men are weak. Elves are graceful and wise. These are characteristically Tolkienian things that are like fixed. You can't mess with them. And yet in Rings of Power, the orcs were more empathy. You were empathizing to them. The elves weren't wise or sensible in anything. And the dwarves are cautious. And the men, like, I mean, he was going for a kingdom of the Southlands. There was only about 20 of them there anyway. There was no, the Southlands looked like a tiny village. Anyway, I could rant for hours on the Rings of Power. Fiction keeps telling me to stop because I can't help myself. So, I would say, though, I enjoyed the Elrond and Durin conversations. I felt like that was very Tolkienian. Fellowship, two races coming together. It felt very much like Gimli and Legolas, that kind of relationship, which is good. But it was weird. It almost felt like they didn't want to be a film reproduction, but then at times they were mirroring the film, right? Because Sauron, who was... what's his face? Halbrand wanted to be the king recovering, the king coming back to his throne, very Aragorn-esque. Then you have the whole thing of the horses going off to save Isildur, like they went off to save Aragorn in the river. So even though they're not trying to be the film, they kind of copied the film. And then there's weird things like, well, we don't want to be like the Game of Thrones thing, where it's like, it's all gore and like nudity and all this. So we won't do that. But then at times, there's like, they're like chopping heads off and everything. So it's almost like you can't quite figure out where you're placing it. Are you PG friendly or are you not? You need to like commit to one way. Are you going to upset all the Tolkienian fans but make a good TV show? Or are you going to try and pay homage to the films and make it Tolkienian? Because you can't have both, apparently, because you're not capable. But, yeah. That's my opinion on the Rings of Power. Lord of the Rings Online is the perfect retelling of the story, pretty much. So if you ever want to see the story retold properly, Lord of the Rings Online does it very well. It does it very well indeed. I would say, though, that the visual of the Rings of Power is actually really good. I loved seeing the Light of the Two Trees, when we were looking in Valinor. Numenor looked really cool. The armor looked amazing. I think some of the battle effects are pretty cool. The whole creation of Udun, of Mordor, the mountain exploding, of Orodrim exploding, it was great. So I thought the visuals were good. That's where all the budget went. It's a shame they just didn't hire any good script writers, right? If they just hired some more competent script writers, we might have had a better show. Considering you invested a lot of money into it. We haven't even talked about the fact that Gandalf is making an appearance in the Second Age. Again, like, it's almost like they're trying to be clever, but they're the only ones in the room that think they're going to be clever. because it's almost like, well, we're not going to tell them it's Gandalf, but we're going to give them a really big hint because we're going to say, go follow your nose. It's like, so it's Gandalf then. You know, you're not being like clever by saying it's not Gandalf. It's either Gandalf or it's not. So you missed 2 fusions in a row. I actually did the Lonothara one, wise choice, but because I find it as a mid gamer trying to finish Faction Wars, this has been a productive time. Do we obsess too much on fusions? I would say if there isn't a fusion, then potentially, what do you do in the game? I feel like not having a fusion, the game feels very slow. There's nothing to do. You know, when we had that skipped month because of the war, it was somewhat good, but also somewhat bad, because by the time the next fusion came around, it's like, well, we want some more events. Because the events themselves are like boring, there's not much to do with them. If there's no correlation to a bigger event, then there's not much motivation unless the rewards are really good, and they never put good rewards in them. So I think fusions are important. It's just, how do you balance giving away free champions that are good? It probably hasn't. It's probably kicked me again. Amazon probably heard I was killing their TV show, and they've like, nah, kick him out of the queue. Apophis, the server we were going to go on, is 8,000. What was the original start one? Artemis, the first server that came out is now at 366. The lowest queue. I don't know whether that just crashed or something. Apophis at 8,000. Jupiter's at 517. Imhotep is at 570. This has kicked me out again, isn't it? I don't want to hit the refresh button. That's the mistake I made last time. Oh, I know, Nick. I did a major mistake somewhat today because I burnt all my spare built-up energy, about 1,000 energy saved up, on doing masteries for the dwarf that is coming out on Friday. But I can't do the content unless he's got masteries, right? So I had to. No, but I would imagine because RSL help is not very stable generally. Yeah, masteries are the problem. I tried that. If I click on this character, it's still the loading. It's buggy. You're on 89 on Crassus now from 130. Well, that's good. It'll kick me, probably, but it's a low queue anyway. Just broken, look at it. Just totally broken. Day of the Dead pack's pretty alright. I was tempted, but I'm trying to mitigate some spending. Trying to keep it low. Yeah, so whenever there's an update for the game, RSL Help will need an update. The problem is, for the Hellhades team, there's a team of us, right? There's 3 of us. So all of us have different roles, so it gets done quickly. Whereas I think Farbstaff pretty much does it himself, so you have to rely on him being available. It's also a more complicated program because of everything he's put into it now. But yeah, so I was tempted by Day of the Dead because I needed energy, but I'll just use some of my gem resources. I got about 3,800, so yeah. I don't think Farbstaff expected the program to become as big as it was. I think he doesn't do himself any good graces by adding more complexity to it than it actually needs. So he creates problems for himself. I can see why he does it, because he wants to give people what they want, right? But he puts more pressure on himself, and I do empathize and I feel for him when he's got a big update and people are kind of sitting there going, I can't play the game because RSL Helper isn't up. It's not, he doesn't get paid for this as well as, we can get memberships, so it helps. I don't think he gets as much, so. It says your device is not compatible to gift a membership. Fiction. If you're not chopping wood, any ideas? Yeah, Hersham, but the problem with that is he's doing it to help people have a minimum UI. That's just making it complicated for him. That's what I'm saying. He's basically going, people want this, I'll give that update. But the pressure to do it is on himself, right? It's on him to do the fix. And the problem is, the more he changes things, the more features he adds, the more complex he makes the program, the more likely it is to bug and it becomes more unstable. And that's what I've noticed over time. What started off as a simple auto clicker now is much more complicated than it needs to be, because it's got things like, you know, artifact, sort of your artifact automatic selling from inventory. I just think that didn't need to be added, really. I know some people think it's amazing, but I just think it's like you're just kind of hand walking people too much. You don't need to do that. Oh, we're getting there. It's actually there before 9 o'clock. It actually went a lot quicker than the first queue, which it doesn't make sense. It makes sense because people are leaving the new area so they can populate the server more. It's all about trying to get people through the door quicker. The server queues are coming right down across the board. Apart from Apophis, the one we actually planned to play on, the first server that came out earlier today, about 5 hours ago, that's nearly finished with its queue now. Let's just hope that all the new servers they've added actually has enough player base for it, though, because you don't want to start. That's the thing. I could have jumped to a smaller server, but if there's not enough players on it, it'll die pretty quickly. And I actually want to be on this server so I can play with Fiction a bit more if we do decide to play it a bit more this time. Yeah, that's it. I empathize a lot with Farbstoff because I understand the demands people will put on him. Because they'll expect him to provide a service. And you get it a lot sometimes with some people. Sometimes the way they'll talk to people is almost like, well, hang on now, you've provided this program that I'm now dependent on and now it won't work. Well, that's your fault. You have to fix it. It's like, well, no, because you're not paying him. He doesn't earn enough money from this, really. He could literally tomorrow go, I'm done developing this thing and never develop it again, right? Nothing would stop him. So I think that's the big thing that people need to remember is he is kind of solo banned in this, whereas at least with the Hellhades team, like we can afford to pay developers to work on the tool, to keep bringing big updates so that we can keep bringing new things to you and keep sustaining it and make sure it's working right. Because if we didn't have the membership models and we didn't have our members paying for things, we wouldn't be able to bring you the new stuff we had in team suggestions that we added the other day. We wouldn't even have been able to bring you team suggestions in general. You know, Mac Optimizer wouldn't have happened if we didn't have members. So I think that's the big thing people need to remember with Farbstoff. It's a completely free tool. He doesn't monetize it very well. You know, he could probably paywall some things and earn a bit of money out of it to justify his time and effort, because I know how much time and effort he puts into it. He doesn't. He's a great guy, but I do worry about his sort of stress levels when there's an update, especially if it's complicated. Like, I only have to deal with front end stuff like multipliers and how the champion's conditions work and what pages they need to fit into and what we need to describe them as. I only have to worry about those things. He has to worry about how the actual game engine runs, and they can, and they do a lot, mess things up for preparation or for cleanliness. You know, they'll go through the static data from time to time, restructuring it for no reason other than just to tidy it up, but that can cause problems. He probably should paywall it more. He needs to monetize his tool better because it's a tool that everyone depends upon. There's not been any discussion about sort of bringing him in the team. I think he likes his independency, I guess. We would probably like the independency as well. If we were to ever do an auto clicker, we would go a different direction, because I know there's a demand probably for a much more simplified auto clicker. And we would obviously have a different infrastructure as well. So we would be able to pair it better with like Optimizer and different things like that. So that would be dependent on everything. We wouldn't want to build something completely separate if it didn't work within our existing tools. We're close. Please let me in the game. Don't kick me out again. I actually want to play this game. There's actually 9 people on the PTR realm, the test realm, for some reason. Come on, game. Let me in. This is killing me slowly. I feel like I've lost like a year of my life. How long have I been queuing? 3 hours. Technically, I've queued twice. 125. Come on, let me in. Please. Go in to the game. You stupid queue. See, this is for everyone who... the few people who comment on my video saying he doesn't get excited about anything anymore. See, I do. Yeah, 3 hours. I was almost in, KL. I was at 50 position. The game glitched and it put me back to position 2000. Yeah, it's probably glitched again and pushed me back. But the queue for this server, because they're not allowing anyone to create characters on this server, it's eventually going to diminish, right? So yeah, the queue is at 149, so it's pushed me back a bit more. The only good thing is if it glitches now, I'll go to the end of the queue, which is only 140. So it's not so bad. I wonder what level Fiction's at. Yeah, the cat's back. She's eating more. Stop failing to join the login queue, you horrific queue system. Ugh. I feel like I want to go throw up in a corner somewhere. The thing is, I need to get in the game before they open the server back up for new registrations, because as soon as that happens, it's going to go like fast fill again. Come on, let me in. Honestly, this has been the worst queuing experience of my life. When I put Q World Fresh Start servers in the actual the game, the stream title today, I was actually only going to be joking about it because I thought it'd be like an hour and a half. 53. 53. I promise you guys, you will see gameplay tonight. It's not just going to be me sitting here ranting about Lord of the Rings for like 3 hours. Come on, Amazon. We can do this. People have been waiting 2 hours to experience this game. 41. $40. You did get raid help. That's true. What's the quickest way to level referral accounts? There is a video in my channel that goes on the specific stages, but you basically just want to get to very specific stages in campaign. There are 3 particular windows that are really good. Off the top of my head, I think one of them is like 12.6 normal, 12.6 hard, and then like the brutal one doesn't really matter. I had an Excel spreadsheet somewhere as well. It's in the video. Go check the channel after the stream. Have a look for the max how to level an account XP. There's a spreadsheet in there that gives you every single stage account XP, because account XP is different to actual champion XP. You don't need any boost for that. And basically, you just kind of want to get a starter that can farm as quickly as possible and just farm all your energy every day. I need to do mine soon because I need to get Chronim really for content, you know, and because I'm OCD. It's been at 40 for a while. 38. I do live my life by spreadsheets. I do. I didn't predict how much the blessing difference would make in my video on Friday via a spreadsheet. I didn't, honestly. I did. Hey, Philip, how you doing? Or Philippe. I don't know how the best way to say it. How many members do you need to add more emotes? Fiction knows the answer to that question. Fiction is my source of all things. We actually need to get some made up. We were thinking about different ideas. I want like a professor hat for a math video. So... we're getting close. Yeah, he is. He's not responding anymore because he's chopping wood. And he's been chopping wood for an hour. And I'm going to have so much wood that I need to chop. Hey, I never said I was a professional streamer. Everyone else said I was. I mean, in the case of like 10 streams, I've managed to like leak people's details, break things nearly. I put my head over like artifact images. I say I'm going to build champions but never do. We were going to do, what was it, the other day we said we were going to do campaign farming and we ended up doing Fortis. Fortis, though, is legit a campaign farmer. Very good. I haven't got masteries on him yet. I will eventually, and then I can properly test him, but I actually think he's one of the best Nightmare campaign farmers. I know it's a bit much for a Void Legendary, but still. I do have an end screen, though, right? Cool is very happy that I have somewhat of an outro. Yeah, it was a long stream Monday. I'm going to try and like cap them at like maximum 3.5 hours because I went to bed on Monday. Like I was totally wired and totally out of it the next day. Position 1. We're getting the game. We're getting the game. We're getting the game. Here we go. Things are happening, guys. We're no longer in Q world. We're in New World. It's a new Q world. Here we go. Oh, I know. We got to do the tutorial. Yes, I can draw my weapon. Block. So this game actually has like it was designed to be like a almost like a Dark Souls type of MMO. They kind of watered the combat down a bit between alpha and live, but it is very much like designed to be almost like a more action combo. It's just giving me the tutorial here. I wish I could skip the tutorial. Yeah, I know I can eat. Yeah, so if this is the first time you've seen New World, it's basically an MMO, but it's got like Dark Souls combat, right? So you've got to block, swipe. I'll go through it in a bit more detail when we get out of the tutorial here. So you can see there's like different attacks. So you can block. So if you've ever played a Dark Souls style game, you'll see some of the effects that they try to add into it. It's not your WoW kind of MMO where you have like point and click. What's this? Okay. Don't know what that was about.
What have you done? The source. It was my destiny to claim that.
What went? Do you know what? I don't know. That's what I'm going to have a look at after this. Sword and shield mastery. Makes you buy all these things. Okay, yeah, done. Awesome. Reach higher ground. You can obviously... Now, the good thing about this game, more than anything else, it may have a bit of problems with it, but the one thing it has is visuals. Look at this game when you see this now. It's beautiful. It is a beautiful game.
the choice. You forced my hand. Your soul is now mine.
I think it's half price on Steam at the moment. It was £40 originally. It's a one-off game. It's a bit like Guild Wars. You buy it. There's no subscription. You buy the game and then you can play it as much as you want. Obviously, they have a model for like buying stuff.
I feel your blessings surge within me. Everlasting glory will be ours.
Okay. I remember you have to die to this guy. Ow. Is he gonna die? Ow. I think you have to die to this guy. Oh no. I think you do die to him anyway. Is an isometric view possible and not over the shoulder or first person? I don't think so, no. I think it's either first person or over the shoulder. Can you build stuff in buildings? Yeah, you can own a home. You can, like, there's actually a crafting profession to build stuff for your home. There's loads of different things you can do like that. You basically own territories, right? So when I can get out of the actual tutorial, I can kind of do a bit of an overview of what the game actually has and what it does. Right, we're out of it now. We're in the starter area. So basically, the game has these zones, right? They've added a new one up here, Brimstone Sands. So all of these territories eventually can be claimed by... Look, they're already there. Someone's already managed to get a territory, right? So you create a company. A company is a member of like 3 factions. A company can own a territory. And then other companies can try and corrupt their influence to try and take over and force a war. And then you get a PvP war, which is like almost like a fortress defense model. And then you can take ownership. If you own it, you can set your own taxes. You can get your own sort of money. You can do your own different things. So that's the idea of the model of that. But you can then buy houses in these different areas. You can craft. There's lots of like, you know, fast travel points here for different things. You also get weapons. So unlike normal situations where the gear matters, but your skills derive from your experience with weapons. So you got Void Gauntlet, Fire Staff, Blunderbuss, Muskets, Great Sword, Warhammers, Great Axes. You equip the weapon, you use it, and then you get your talent trees, basically. You got like 3v3 Arena, that's new. I've never played that. Outpost Rush, I never got to play in, but it's like a 20 versus 20 match. Companies is where you obviously can create guilds, work with people. And then you got these different things like there's crafting. So for example, here there is trade skills. You have to level up all these trade skills to be able to craft your own gear. So it's a standard MMO sort of stuff. Some of this is a real grind. A real grind. But it's fun, I guess. People like to grind. I think early on, I'm going to put all my stuff into strength or dexterity. What's the primary one for greatsword? I want to go greatsword, basically. Strength and dexterity, I say. So we'll just go strength. Here we go. We can be Asmith the Stoic. I don't really know why we need pronouns. I guess it's the most appropriate PR thing to do, but come on. It's a game. Do we have to have everything PC mode? Fix names. So we can add fiction now. Yeah, the biggest problem with the wars was just lag. I hope they fixed the lag now. Oops, I don't want to group. No, I want to add No, I don't want to add. I just want to add a friend. There you go. Right, cool. Dual fiction. What I want to do is I want to find a greatsword pretty quickly.
Instead, yes. But yes, Flint.
Gather flint. So a lot of the world is destructible in this game. So you can pick things up from the ground. You can cut trees down. You can, you know, see here. I can pick bushes. Can people attack you? There is open world player versus player. But nobody really does it. You can opt into it, basically. I don't think it's very popular, though. So I basically want to make all my crafting tools. And then I can go to my character. Talk to this dude. Get some experience.
Very impressive.
Craft a golden armor. I'm pretty sure I have loads of cosmetic stuff I've been picking up.
Yes. You'll find them snuffling around in the bushes nearby. Their owner,
I'll need to figure out
you can handle it.
where I can do it.
Go and hunt yourself down a fat one, skin it, and cook yourself a little feast at the campfire.
I'm sure I can do... Where is the cosmetic stuff? Loot. Where have they moved it to? It's always difficult to find. There you go. Change skin. There you go. Oh, look at this. It can be loads of different things. This is all stuff that I was getting from Amazon Prime when I wasn't playing the game. So obviously they've got like a paid cosmetic store, which you'd expect. I don't have a problem with that. That's a good idea. So we can go the Fanatic Saints. We can go the Holy Vanguard. Or we can go a True... that looks cool, right? We'll go with that. You actually have to be wearing stuff, though. Let's put this on, Holy Vanguard. Get a skin there. There you go, it already looks so much better. Can I change my shield look? I hate my shield. I don't really want it. They all look pretty naff. We'll go with that one just so I look a bit better. Yes, it's a bit like... It's got elements and feeling of like a survival, build your own kind of kingdom type thing, because you have to craft everything. You can destroy the world, you can cut wood down, you can get trees down, but it's also got things like proper MMO stuff. It doesn't have many raids. This is what it's really famous for, chopping trees. I won't want to tell you how many trees I chopped on my other character back in the day. A lot. Are there like PvE raids? There's instance content, but there's not really any sort of raids as like 24 man or 12 man. It's like 4 to 5 man expeditions. I know, right? I look better. There will be a mad rush in a fresh start server for the first person who can like craft like the different tiers of crafting. They'll make a lot of money. Because they'll get, the key thing is getting like better crafting tools. You sell them on, and that's where people will rush to. Did you buy this again? No, you can still use the old one. I bought this once. I've never paid for it again. Yeah, considering, like, it's not a very good model for, like, saving the planet. Although, the trees grow back really quickly. Yeah, it started off like a Souls type thing. And the first alpha that came out, everyone really enjoyed the combat. The problem is, they watered down the combat a bit, and then people didn't enjoy the new combat. And people basically came in and said, if you don't get a PvE content in the game, then people are not going to play the game, basically, because it's just too PvP focused. I have seen that. It looks amazing. I don't know when it's coming out, but soon, I guess. So you can see, when I collect things, I'm upgrading my craft, which is my trade skills here. These all upgrade. You have to, like, get them in different periods. So we're on Jupiter. Apparently. Wasn't the plan, but that's where we're at. You will have a lot of running in this game. That's the only thing to keep in mind. There's no mounts. They deliberately want you to run so that you're immersed in the game. Or spend a lot of money to get, like, this Azoth. Not like real money, but game money. Which is a real pain.
We get shit set. It's excellent.
Where are we going?
If the corrupted start converging on you in numbers, I suggest you retreat.
And they shall ruthlessly strike down their fellows.
Okay.
Their path to
So what's different is they've changed the starter here, so the storyline's a bit different. I don't remember this woman talking all the time. Yeah, but they specifically came out and said they didn't want to add mounts. It's almost like by design they've not added mounts. So I don't mind it. As long as the Azoth swapping cost wasn't too bad. The storage limits were a bit of a problem. Ooh, armor chest. I need a greatsword. Give me a greatsword. That's a Reveler's coat. Oh, we got a rapier there. Gotta be careful how we say that. That's a bit better than a sword. Don't really want a board, to be honest. Get rid of that. Now we can kind of like do a little swift stabby. So you have loads of different builds. Like you can go like a ranged archer. And the nice thing is you don't have to re-roll. You don't have to become a specific class and then re-roll afterwards. If you want to pick up the bow, you can just learn the bow and play the bow, right? I mean, like... yeah, I forget the keys. If I want the bow here... now I've got the bow. At one point, you did have to have arrows. They've fixed that now. I'm a terrible shot. I'm a terrible shot. There we go. I'm a bad shot. No, leave me alone. Yeah, you have to walk the entire map. But what you can do, see here, like you get these little points. There are fast travel points, but they cost Azoth, which is like a currency you earn in the game. I'm Legolas, look. I'm actually just trying to get a great sword, because that's a new weapon. But yeah, imagine, guys, right, when you first started playing this game, you actually needed arrows. You had to bring your own arrows to a fight. I know it was immersive, but good, like, it was awful. Because you'd fight someone, you'd use 50 hours, and you wouldn't be able to carry more, because you also had this thing where you had, like, a weight issue. you couldn't carry so much. So you could only carry as much as you could like pick up. So you had this scenario where the arrows would take up a bit of weight, so you wouldn't be able to carry as many, and then you had a permanent cost to play the bow. Anytime you wanted to do anything, you were investing resources to get more arrows back. But now the bow doesn't have arrows, it's not so bad. I actually don't know what I'm doing here. I need to talk to someone. I'm done. We're keeping an eye out for a greatsword. That's what we want. We would like a greatsword. At least I don't think you need arrows anymore. Or maybe the arrows just improve, like... Maybe the arrows just improve your, like, damage, I guess. Yeah, it's a modifier, so yeah, you still need it. But the difference is you couldn't shoot anyone if you didn't have any arrows. Now I guess the arrows just modify your damage. Just a bit better. Yeah, they did, because that was one of the main problems, was people were saying it just cost them so much Azoth. They'd go pick something up, and because you were heavy, you'd have to spend like 200 Azoth to travel back. You can travel back to your house and your home, which helped, but it wasn't great.
Oh, well done. The storm wall.
You also had issues with like limited storage in different towns, and like to swap things between towns cost a lot.
I won't hold you back. Just keep that weapon at the ready and take out as many corrupted as you can.
Yeah, I think the change is the arrows now modify your damage, whereas your whereas before it actually limited you. You couldn't shoot anyone if you didn't have your arrows. Now you can do it without arrows, but you just get more damage if you use the arrow. So if you're going into a content you want to carry some, it's still a pain.
All these sailors join our cause.
But it's probably better.
Soon will be all of humanity.
Pride of Creto. It has a lot of like Roman feel to it. It has a lot of Greek feel. A little bit of like Columbus. They've tapped quite well into different like, you know, pirate feels and stuff. I think they've done quite well with it. I'm like a friggin' bow machine. Look at me go. I'm like Bard the Bowman here. I don't actually want to be a bowman. I'm just, for some reason, an archer right now. Is the player collision a thing, or can you go past people? I don't think you can go through people. What the hell is this? Someone called Grace Malloy is making a lot of noise. Follow Grace Malloy. Alright. She's a mouthy little thing. Can you get a boat? No. It's called New World. Not Q World anymore. It should be, like, I have tagged the game as New World. I don't know how it works on YouTube. But it's called Q World. New World, sorry. Not Q World. See? I'm so confused. Oh, she's made it back to a tent. I keep forgetting inventory is not I. What's this? I should wear that. It's better than what I've got. What's this? Okay. Should wear that too, I guess. All I want is a greatsword. Lessons of a pirate's life. Search the wreckage of La Roussillette. Where's La Roussillette?
They shall steal from one another, like rats fighting over
here.
scraps.
Ah, well, can you create the characters now? Because it was character locked before. I think they wanted to make sure people could get in before they unlocked it again, because as soon as they unlock it, loads of people start queuing. Okay, hang on. Don't actually know what I'm meant to be doing here. Collect the manifest. I need to be in the boat. Poor guy's trying to harvest the beer. Queue of 2. Oh, don't tell me that. I don't want to hear that. Oh, there it is. Yes. Let's go. Great sword. Great sword time. Look at this thing. Good lord, look at the size of it. I know they said great sword, but good lord. It's bigger than me. How is it just like casually holding up like that? It's huge. Whoop. Okay. You can climb as well in this game. Badly, but you can. Because I'm terrible at it. Awesome. I got my stuff. Let's go back to good old Gracie Malloy. Yeah, I'm Cloud, right? From Final Fantasy VII. Absolutely. The thing, look, the thing is even like on my back properly. It's on my shoulder. That's not like, it's not even positioned correctly. Like, so dumb. Oh, and the other meme about New World, I'll see if I can find it to show you.
There you are.
It's quite a meme.
Unfortunately, I didn't.
Can I go kill things? I want to attack things. I'm tired of looking for things. I want to go show things off. The meme for New World. Guess what they forgot to add in New World? You can't swim. Come on. Why? It's like bog standard. It looks great, but it can't swim. And we do like silly animations like, what? I don't think the sword has anything to do with it, though. Oh, look, there's a musket there. Should we pick that up? Four kingdoms! Let's go. Oh, I can have 2 weapons now. Cool. I'm a terrible shot. Well, weapon swapping is a lot quicker than it was before. Can you tell why I was terrible at Left 4 Dead? I'm a terrible shot. Shots. This guy's back is breaking. He's got so much. He's got a musket on there. He's got a sword. What is that? A life staff? Oh, I don't want a life staff. Life staffs are boring. I got a great sword. I do feel like he's running a lot slower since I put this sword on him though, right? There is a flame staff. You can make a flamethrower. There is a flamethrower.
Welcome back,
Oh, we can do a blunderbuss. I've not used a blunderbuss before. Let's put the blunder... It's not I, is it? I keep thinking that I is inventory. We do need to do some, like... points there. Do that one, I guess. What do we need to do? We need to ask Grace O'Malley for help. Do we have to?
Look, I could. Oh, have.
She's annoying. Oy vey. Oh, where am I going? Down here. I know, right? I'm in. Only took me like 3 hours.
Hey, you gave it I don't.
Oh, let's go in here then. It is a big sword. It is a great sword. To pair next to my blunderbuss.
The power manifest. The true future of the human race.
I like the blunderbuss. I can just imagine walking up behind someone who's about to die and go... It's like a shotgun. No idea what I'm meant to be doing in here. Search for the source of corruption. That's oddly satisfying. So obviously when you use your sword, you kill people, you get XP for that weapon, and then you can get like skills and stuff. See, I've just leveled up there. So that should allow me to get an ability. So we can either go for slash 3 times in a sequence, or we can go for block. So I guess one's tanking, one's not. So let's go with this one. Why can I sign? Why can't I sign that? There you go. Cool. So what are we doing here? Oh, I think we're all waiting for the Tempest Priest. This is bringing back memories. So this will do... that's fancy. The other problem... destroy corruption. There you go. The other problem with New Worlds was tagging things. Like, you had to be quick. So if you didn't tag it, you were in like a constant fight with whoever could go first. Okay, how the hell do I get out of here now? It's cool and all, but I want out. Is it this way? Yeah, I'm stuck. Yeah, this is the way. Me and my little blunderbuss.
You steal that which is mine. You assault my followers. And now you disrupt my plans. This is personal.
This is personal. I don't know who she is, though. I'll be honest. I've not got a clue. She's just a random voice in a random mystical place talking about random things.
Oh, those who I hate to ask you to be the
I keep forgetting I is not inventory.
I should stay here. Just deliver the report to the guard at the gate. Then get yourself a nice cup of mead at the tavern. You
Just
deserve
gloves. So now we can change skin. What can we have? Dudes, get out of my way. I'm trying to put stuff on. Let's go with this. Okay. That's cool. Off we go. Dark Arbiter, yeah, right? It's Alexa. Imagine if they actually memed and added that in the game. What's over here then?
Come closer. It is time you know the whole truth.
What's this?
This island has always guarded the promise of paradise. Humanity cast out, deemed unworthy of such blessings. But I did not come here seeking paradise. I came for answers. Redemption after a life of weakness and suffering. And I found a truth that disproved everything I had been taught. I tasted the knowledge forbidden to us at creation, and I saw the vision of humanity's true potential. I knew then, I must correct this ancient injustice and restore the power which is rightfully ours. The heart of the mountain now beats strong with this purpose. After a century of preparation, our campaign has begun. The island's townships already fall before the might of our armies. The only thing I had not foreseen is you.
It's me.
You.
Yes, it
have
is.
Stolen the gift meant for me. And now your soul will pay the price. For I will not stop until I have seized back the destiny stolen from us and brought true freedom to the world, both old and new.
So this is stuff that wasn't in the original game. This is stuff they've added since. Like, context. guess that's like plot line. I guess. How much is the game? I think it's on offer for half price right now at around about £20. Maybe, I don't know. It was about £40 when I bought it. And that is Morrigan before she got a bit wet. God, I remember when I used to harvest this with my like upgraded sickle. Right, let's get moving. Chop some wood. Chopped more wood. Ooh, what's this?
Did you see my court? Huh? The wilds of Eternum have never been safe. But the roads? Never seen anything like this before today. Vicious bulls came out of nowhere. Ate all me truffles.
All right.
How should I...
Enough of that. Voice. I'll get some truffles. Herbs are important to collect because they got all the seasonings you need for cooking. Whoa. Okay. Sorry. I'm sorry I offended you. There's always a bit of a rush when you kill something to carve it. Feel bad. I don't like killing things in the game. I'm a bit soft. This sword is actually challenging my ability to navigate my character. Yeah. We're done. What is that thing doing? Don't know. Talk to hapless How. The biggest problem with this game is you get distracted so hard. It's kind of a perk, but it's also a problem, right? Because you end up going somewhere and you never get anywhere close because you're just distracted by something else, or you pick something else up, or you wonder what this is, or you wonder what that does. Oh, I have to... Oh, it's back in the settlement. That's a... Check me doing animations like that. Oof. That boy's after him. Look at him go. He's like, I'm gonna get him. Yeah, you can zoom, but it is narrow. Go first person. One that's over here. Hurt Fang Hole. Oh, okay. Well. blunderbuss. Is there an isometric option or just pseudo first person? I mean, you can... I don't think there is, no. There is not. Oh wait, this is a new settlement. Primdev's Hamlet. I don't remember this. God, this has been redesigned. I don't remember this at all.
Welcome to Pridewin, founded during the reign of the High King, a legacy honored to this day. In his report,
This is completely new. A lot of criticisms they had in the past was for like copy pasted. That things like Everfall's main settlement was like a copy paste of something else. So they clearly have gone back and they've decided to remake a lot of these artworks and assets. Why are they all like weird slimy characters? Go away, Hapless How. Oh, territory stand-ins. XP gain. Shouldn't have taken XP gain, but I did. Oh, we've got to check in at the town. Look at everyone carrying like great swords everywhere. It's quite funny.
Welcome to the Regent's Rise. Sleep here and wake up feeling like a king.
Yeah, it's quite cool that they redid all this. It looks much better. It looks more unique. Hey, don't call all of us Welsh slimy. Only half of them are. It's only the ones up the north. Come on now. The north are weird. We don't talk about them.
Well now, Foggy, across the city, only a matter you'll find the inn quite hospitable. I hand-selected the innkeep a few decades.
Check in at the inn. I just checked in at the inn. Get good old town, but where's she come back from?
Warning them is a futile effort. They are blind to the real danger.
Is she just going to be like annoying and just keep talking to me for absolutely no reason whatsoever? Probably. Why shouldn't you have taken the XP gain? Because the territory bonuses... Where is it? You kind of have like a finite gaining amount with them. So the other perks such as like gathering speed is better. Because you can get iron quicker and different things like that. So XP gain is finite, right? Because eventually you're going to hit max level. So there's actually no benefit to getting more XP other than you're leveling XP faster, but eventually you're going to catch up. So you're going to always gain from gathering speed is the point I was trying to make. I keep pressing I think it's in inventory. It's really bad.
You should check out the trading post yourself, and if you need to stash anything, there's a storage shed too. Go on, I'll be here.
Cool craft modifications. I don't want that hat. I want a better hat. What the hell is that? Some of these are a bit crazy. Not sure I want any of these hats. They look awful. Someone's blocking my view. Get out of my way. What is inventory? This. In Lord of the Rings Online, you press I. And that is inventory. Oh, tab. Tab's inventory. I keep pressing I. Are these anything actually cool? The hell is that? Looks gross. I could have a nice little tiara. Oh, that looks cool. What the hell? Stop blocking my view, people. I'm looking at things. Fiction by now has probably bought all of this. He's a bit of a cosmetic wannabe. Some of these helms are dumb. What the hell is that? What the hell is that? Oh, look, you can get like a proper legionaries thing. Like a Roman thing. That'd be cool. It's just... These helms are just a bit weird. Let's go with this one. Why not? I got a big sword and a big antler on my head. That dude isn't even wearing anything. Fiction loves the cosmetic. Yeah, so see here, for example, right? I could take trading tax, or I could take station fee, but storage is going to be more valuable, so I'll always take storage, right? Because I'm going to want to store things. Like here now, I'm probably just going to dump all of the crafting stuff. I don't want to equip that. Because I'll need it at some point in the future, but right now I don't need it, so I just want to store it away. Because if I'm carrying stuff, I don't want to be carrying stuff, basically. Why have I got flint? Why have I got 2 of those? I don't want 2 of those. And then we can put a potion here. Fishing, go in there. You can do fishing in this game. That's another thing Fiction really enjoys. He loves the fishing in this game. I'm pretty sure he might have contracted his children to fish for him whilst he was unable to at some point. And then the other system you've got is salvaging, right? So we can just salvage all these. Flat bow. Okay. I don't know. He's obviously rocking that look for some reason. I don't know why he's not wearing any clothing. What, she just said like a swear word. She's gonna get me like demonetized. Right, so we need to meet the friendly knight with me big antlers. There he is.
Ah, excellent to see you again. Oh, yes. I hope. Well,
I need to come here because this will activate my respawn point, which is important. What? It's pretty cool. It's like an old Arthurian kind of fort place.
Come in and be to hear. I believe 4 weeks now. The mines are the backbone of Pride One. Where many.
Okay, we've got to go check on Sinavin mine for King Regent Jinjay. Well, we were sticking with the Arthurian theme until we called the Knight Regent Jinjay, of all things. You know, how did you go from Sir Gawain to Sir Jinjay? It's like completely different thing. Are we going to create a company? I don't know. Fiction's in charge of all that. I'm not milking the cow. I don't know how much time I'm going to have to play the game fully. That's the problem. So busy these days. We obviously created a company back in the day, but we didn't realize the way that the game was going to go.
Hey, yes, honey. Honey's so delicious. It's called devil's honey. I have a special reserve up under.
Like that. Picking up some quests, we are.
Love, yes.
Okay.
It'd be lovely. Tell that oaf he has a wife who loves him more than the mines do.
Let's go. Always want to look out for these little supply. The supply crates are pretty important as you go through the game because it's where you get a lot of your like craft material. If you don't have a lot of that, it can dry up and you have to go buy it. So it's always good to get pick up the supply crates. Like you see that wire weaves. I don't know what the hell that is. Apparently there's music in the game now. All right. Well, I mean, yeah, exactly. Most places. Oh, the chink of mining. I heard that. That noise. You used to have to kill the turkeys to farm it to make the arrows. That's kind of how it used to work. Maybe wondering why I keep picking up and tabbing out. It gives you experience when you pick up those things for the first time.
Whoa, you! If you thought you were going to the mine,
Why are we in Wakanda? We were just in Arthurian legend, and now we're in Wakanda.
I don't know what to tell you.
What the hell?
Everyone's fallen lost. Oh, so now she says something. And for a while, some of them,
You know, Wakanda forever. Anyone else excited for Black Panther 2? Looks really good, right?
Damn mine. If you go in there and find anyone, I get them out of there. Bye.
The other thing that's not quite nice about this game is, if we look at where I am in relation to fiction and to I don't know where. Who else is in the party? Yeah, Lyra's in the party. I don't know where she is though. She must be with fiction over here. You start in different areas, even though you start the game in starter areas. There's 4 different starter areas, so there's no guarantee that I'm going to start with the people that I want to play with. You kind of get there eventually by level 20, but the start areas you can't start and play the game with friends, which is a big problem, I think. Panther 2 breaks it. I did find it ironic that we had the Black Panther trailer and it had a lot of Avatar feel to it. I was like, we've waited 10 years for Avatar, because that's another one I'm really excited for, is Avatar. Looks really, really good. I want to climb. Why can't I climb? feel like I'm playing Left 4 Dead now with this blunderbuss. Right, let's get some skills on this blunderbuss. Fire 5 shots and a horizontal fan in front of you while pushing enemies away. Fire a large net out of the blunderbuss. Or shoot a grenade out of the blunderbuss. Do we want a grenade, 5 shots, or a net? What are we going for? Good night, George. Good luck. Hope it's good. Hope you're having fun. Because they couldn't replace them. The net, is it? Okay. It was obvious they were going to do, like, not recast him. So they kind of had no choice, I guess, to do what they did. I suppose they could have brought back, like, one of the other bad guys or something, but I guess they didn't want to replace, what's his face? They didn't want to replace the dude. I forget his name. Boseman, Chadwick Boseman, which I can understand out of respect, because he was so good as Black Panther, right? I think out of respect, you don't replace him. But I can understand why, Oh, I can't mine silver yet. I'm oddly enjoying this blunderbuss a bit too much, I feel like. Yeah, exactly. She is, like, it makes sense. It looks really good. I think it'd be great. I don't think it's such a big problem. But I understand people will be like, you know, it's not the same since Chadwick Boseman isn't in it, but you can't really do anything about that, can you? I know he would have, but I think there's also a bit of respect that the fans would have taken it the wrong way. I think it's difficult to just kind of like recast him with that simplicity. But I understand people's concerns. It depends on what the actual story is as well, mine, because if the story's naff, it doesn't really matter who you have as Black Panther, right? Let's face it, talking about recasting, who's still going to watch The Witcher after Season 3 when we have to deal with Twilight Boy? Instead of, you know, Henry Cavill, because that's a recasting that's like death to a TV series if I've ever seen one. Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's a bit funny. It's like, it's okay, you know, Liam Hemsworth is going to come and do a great job. I'm like, mate, are you on one? There's no way that anyone could do anything better than him for that role. He's perfect for it. I mean, I know why Henry Cavill left, though. Because he got fed up of them not following the literature. And he's a die-hard fan of The Witcher. So, he said he would play The Witcher as long as they stuck to the literature. They haven't done, and now that he's been recast in Superman, he's like, well, they're not following it. I've got a lot of work anyway, so he probably was like, I'm not going to continue. So, ultimately, I guess it's the writer's fault for I guess, breaking that promise. He is going to play Superman, yeah. You see, they've hired James Gunn to be the head of DC now. James Gunn's the director of Guardians of the Galaxy. He's now going to become the head of the DC universe, I guess, in film. I know. He nailed it so much. And I think it's because he played the games as well as read the books. So you had someone who knew all the good stuff. It's like when you had Christopher Lee play Saruman. It worked so well because Christopher Lee was such a die-hard he lived and breathed Tolkien. So anything he did, he was able to do it properly. So when you have someone in that role, if you don't follow the books or the literature, they're going to know about it and it just doesn't have the same effect, but they play it really well. He's a massive nerd, man, Henry Cavill. He's like into Warhammer and everything. Yeah, I just don't know whether it's going to have like the same connection with Jaskier. I just can't see Liam Hemsworth being gruff, right? He's too like, oh, Miley Cyrus dumped me at some point. I don't know, maybe that's just harsh, but that's all I feel with it. It's like I can't see how he can carry the same level of gruffness, but also have that kind of scholarly mind as well. He just doesn't strike me as a good replacement. But literally, I've never seen a negative response to a recasting as dramatic as when they announced that Henry Cavill was leaving The Witcher. Literally, someone did a poll, I think, and like 95% of it was like, yeah, I'm not going to watch it after this. And I'm like, I know it's a poll and people get dramatic on the internet and stuff, but it's not that hard to imagine people not wanting it anymore. What am I doing here? Go to the Hereth lookout. Oh. I don't even know what I need to be doing. Running around the place, killing stuff. Well, yeah, I remember hearing stories like he basically made sure that it was like the book was on it in everyone's hands. The book was, like they were always told, like he was telling all the different actors, this is how it should be done in the books, this is how it is done in the books. So he was like carrying that, responsibility. So, and you do need someone when you're doing adaptions. I wish they had a Christopher Lee on the Rings of Power. They did have Shippey with them. But Shippey left the program. Tom Shippey was a Tolkien scholar, but he left the show. I guess they didn't like what he was saying, that you were breaking the law, that you couldn't do things the way they wanted to do it. So to go up here, do we? Yeah, it's a bit like James Bond, right? There are some actors that people have suggested that could become James Bond that I don't think can do it. There's nothing against them. I just think that that character has a certain role. So, like, for example, some people have said that the guy from Inception and from Peaky Blinders, the Irish guy, is it? I can't remember his name. Like, he's a bit too much of a bad guy. The guy that played someone in Batman. I can't remember one of the bad guys. And the same thing with... Oh, crap, is that again? Yeah, Cillian Murphy. I can't see him that much as, like, a James Bond figure because I feel like he's too much of a bad guy. And it's the same thing with Tom Hardy. I think he's just too dark for it. since he's played Bane, I couldn't imagine him playing someone like James Bond. Whereas someone like Henry Cavill, you could see it, right? Because he's got the strength and the presence, but also the charisma and a bit more of a character to it. Or you could see someone like, what's his face? Loki. Tom Hiddleston could, a little bit. But even then, you'd look at him and go, he's a bit too much of a bad guy. So I honestly think 007 will go to Henry Cavill as well, to be honest. I think he's in line. I think, what's his face? I can't remember his name now. Idris Elba. He's a bit old for it now. I think he's got too old. Yeah, I'm sure he can. But like, you know, we've seen him play things like, what's he, Venom and stuff like that. I feel like he's played things that are a bit more edgy. And ever since then, I just can't see him being that kind of like clean cut kind of super spy. It's just my personal opinion. I'm sure he'd be good at it. I mean, there can be an edge to 007, right? I think Daniel Craig has got a bit of an edge to him. I just think when you're doing it, what you don't want to do is cast someone who's too dark, because he is designed to be a very charismatic, charming kind of character, right? You can have an edge to him where he gets a bit violent or aggressive, because obviously he's a, you know, a spy. But I just think if you go too bad guy or too dark, I think it would be a problem. I'm firing a cannon. That's cool. I'm in. They could go like Reggie guy from Bridgerton or whatever it's called. They could do him if they wanted to go a little bit younger. But people are kind of making lots of rumors that that Henry Cavill has quit as well because 007 and Superman's calling. He's going to be way too busy. Which is it's plausible. Oh, defeat the quartermaster. Where is he? Oh. Oh, they killed him. I have to wait. Oh, we can get another weapon. Right, what should we get? We can get a relentless rush. Dash through foes spinning. That sounds fun. We'll do that. Map. Territory standing. Gather speeds. We've got another weapon mastery. Read blunderbuss, is it? Or... Oh, we've got another one here. We've got another point. Waiting for this dude to respawn. What up, cat? Right, let's get out of it. It's dark in here. It's down here. How do I get out? I got in, I want out. Whoa, someone got me out. I've never played WoW in my life. That may come as a shocking surprise to everyone here, but I have never played that game ever in my life. Yeah, Zombie as well. If we think, wasn't he in one of the Mission Impossibles as well? So he's played like kind of spy roles before, and I think he's done quite well with them. So
she's still waiting at the mine's entrance. I'll go tell her there's none left to save, and then I'll see you in town. I'll even buy you around at Gertie's.
Gertie's. What's this? Potion pouch. Yes. These are all rubbish. We don't want those. No idea what those are for. I'm just imagining Amazon, they own Lionsgate now, don't they? I don't know. Oh, I don't again, Daniel Radcliffe's another one of those, like, he's too edgy for me. I don't know, like, he just feels like he's one of those people that is never going to get old in the face. I don't think he can carry as much charisma. And also, he took too much of an iconic role, so he's forever going to be known as Harry Potter, no matter what he does in any sort of lifestyle. Any role he takes, he's forever going to be cursed as Harry Potter. Yeah, Henry Cavill's actually dropping a lot of roles lately. I mean, he's done Enola Holmes, he's done The Witcher. He was in the Tudors early on for BBC TV show, like back in the day. Superman, Mission Impossible. He's touched a lot of brands. Oh, if that's the case, then yeah, you probably will be. God, I've missed chopping wood in this game. It's one of those things that sounds so weird to do, but it's actually really relaxing. It gets boring after a while when things start really slowing down. But actually just running around collecting things, bringing it back to town, chilling out in the game. Is real cool. Oh, they bought MGM, did they? All right, that makes sense. Yeah, they probably own it then. I know Disney owns a lot now under the 20th Century Fox brand. That's why we're getting things like Blade reworks and stuff under the Disney Marvel banner, because they've been trying to buy back all the Marvel brands. We're going to get a Fantastic Four at some point. But yeah, I'm really, really looking forward to Avatar. It's been 10 years in the waiting. I feel like it could be terrible. All that anticipation. But at the same time, there's just nothing that quite beats that film. It's just such a standout, unique film. Do you know what? Stargate is one of those things. They keep forever saying they're going to remake Stargate, or they're gonna spin off, or they're gonna rebrand it, or it's gonna be brought back. Such a great. I love Stargate Atlantis. I love the normal Stargate. I actually quite enjoyed the third Stargate with when they were on the one that like seeded all the galaxies with the Stargates. I thought that was it was really good. I enjoyed it. I'd love to see more Stargate come back. I don't know maybe whether it's just overdone. But they forever keep saying they're going to like make a new film or they're going to make a new TV show, but they never actually get round to it. Yeah, Stargate Universe. It was really good. I quite enjoyed it. They only did 2 series before they dropped it though. The Stargate Atlantis was, what's his face? Khal Drogo's launch pad for Stargate Atlantis. Well, no, they were basically talking about doing the film again, the same story, but just like doing it again, I guess. You know, Hollywood. Jason Momoa, that's it. They've run out of ideas, so they just like make the same film again. Like the Batman. I don't know how many Batman films we've had now when it's the same story. Nothing is ever going to beat Christopher Nolan's Batman trilogy, yet we still want to make another Batman film. Although I haven't seen the new Batman, so I can't really say it's terrible, because that would be mean. Yeah, he really got his stand-in when he did Stargate Atlantis. This is really good.
Oh dear. I'm sorry too.
No, they can't. You're right.
You have my
Heath Ledger will forever be the Joker.
Let me get well. Oh.
People will either emulate him, which means that they're copying him, or they'll fail to meet his standards. So... But just the whole balance of that trilogy was really good. You had a really good Batman that balanced light with dark. You had really good villains. You had good story arcs.
You did message Shore. Grab as many jars
I just don't
of
think
wine
you can do a better job than it.
Mount for the air.
Oh no, I hated that Joker film. I thought it was awful. I didn't understand it. It felt like it felt like someone was trying to make a film out of psychiatry and it just didn't work. I just thought it was such an awful film. Personal opinion, of course. I'm not saying, you know, you're wrong. I know a lot of people really liked it. I was just creeped out by the whole thing throughout the entire watching it. I just watched it all, and when I went to the cinema to see it, I just didn't understand the hype. Oh yeah, I mean, I can never say the same. Joaquin Phoenix is a great actor. It was not a criticism of the acting. It was a criticism of, like, trying to make it like Joker as a thing, like what became. I don't know. It just didn't work for me.
I'm glad to see you return safe again.
I'm back to the Arthurian,
I have failed from this moment
like,
forward.
samurai. I don't really know why we've got like a knightly Arthurian samurai. Right, guys, I think I'm done for the night there. I know it took us ages to get into the game, but I'm actually quite tired now that I've been waiting for so long. It's cool. What I wanted to do quickly actually was, so, woof, woof. What does this do? Wow. Cool. That's awesome. You actually, it's tiring, right? I mean, it's like what people say when you do, you know, you can get more tired by sitting around doing nothing than actually doing something. I feel that sometimes. But, you know, we made it in. I showed off a bit of New World. I will probably play a bit more of it, but I've got a busy end of the week to go. But, so if I get time, I'll play some more of it. We'll see how it goes.
Ah, oh yes. Oh, by all means. Hellhades will come as soon as I finish my.
Oh, let's just go talk to the knightly samurai one more time. But yeah, it's a bit weird because obviously, like, fiction and that will be on a different quest path for a while until we, like, mix, like, when we get to the same level, then we start kind of merge. Because they're all different starting areas. It's a bit weird. It's just the way they've set the game up. Like, lots of many things in this game, it's all a bit weird. Oh, look, I get a bag.
Discover what drives them. May fortune go with you both.
Equip the flint mining pick. Why do I want to equip the flint mining pick? Oh, I gotta craft stuff. All right. Yeah, I think I'm gonna be doing like Mondays and Thursdays. I might do a tomorrow stream on Raid, because that's normally what I'm doing is Monday, Thursdays. If I have time tomorrow, I will do a stream tomorrow. I kind of cleared my schedule a little bit. I'm out Friday a lot for most of the day, so I gotta find extra time. But yeah, so I am. I don't really need that, do I? So I can go. You go in here. So yes, I might do a stream tomorrow, but it will be normally Mondays and Thursdays. I'll probably be streaming. Normally. How do the changes feel? Well, I haven't really had a chance to test a lot of it. It's cool that like Monarch's Bluff is different. They've changed up the like the settlement. We're in like some sort of like keep or like an Arthurian town. The greatsword looks cool, if not a bit over the top. It's truly the great sword. The blunderbuss is cool. Yeah, we're in Monarch's Bluff at the moment, so that's changed up a bit. Cutlass Keys and First Light, I haven't looked at those, I haven't been to those areas. I got dumped in a different place compared to Fiction. All these are the same, but obviously now we have this new zone up here, which is the Brimstone Sands, which is the new expanded area, where there's like Romans and stuff. So that'll be quite cool to test at some point. And like a pyramid and things when we get there, but that's a while. But there's new areas. Like, there's a new, like a story by the looks of it. There's a new woman involved. I don't know what she's about, but she's about something. But yeah, but I'm pretty out of it. So I'm going to go grab some to eat and have an earlier night because I need to sleep. Better than I have been lately. But thanks, guys, for hanging out in Q World. We did manage to get into New World. Let's go pull some water quickly. If I'm streaming tomorrow, it will be at 8 PM normal. If not, don't be surprised. It might be Monday then. And yeah, keep an eye out for the videos this week on the soul-specific conversations we had earlier. But other than that, guys, I'm going to push my button, and I'll catch you in the next stream. See you later.